What's up, guys? Welcome to the Mina channel. This is Cafe LeBlanc podcast number 7. Luck, I'm sorry. There is audio now. I apologize. We were getting our shit together, but we did in time. So, just kidding. 3 minutes later, not in time. But I want to thank you all for coming in today. It was cool. It's cool to have you guys here again. Skull, David, and obviously Spencer from SMT Network. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. I'm doing good, but I had a particularly terrifying thought earlier today, and I just kind of need to get a check for everyone listening how we would all feel about this. Because as I'm looking at David's shelf, we were mentioning Yakuza 0 before the show started, and I had this realization of I genuinely, like in my soul, I believe this, and I want to know what you guys think about this. That someone right now at Epic is probably in an email chain with someone at Sega Japan trying to get Bakamatai as an emote in Fortnite. I dare you to tell me otherwise.
I mean, the meme is already losing steam, so let's hope not.
Mm-hmm. Listen, they like a month or two ago they added never gonna give you up in. So clearly a meme being alive or not doesn't matter. They'll add it in whether it's a meme or a TikTok dance.
So then we'll get Bakamitai in like 2030.
I hope so. I would gladly be a terrible human being and buy that just to really just sow in how dead it is. But man, that makes me so happy.
I mean, like, what could the emote be? Just you'd like
it would literally just be the face capture and him singing it, like maybe him hunched over a little bit.
Not no glass of whiskey.
Like. No, it's Fortnite. We can't have whiskey. We can have him you can have like a chug jug glass.
What about? I only seen from Yakuza. I don't know if it's like the latest one or the one before the latest one. Is that drunk guy? He looks like he has a diaper on a bar. It's like weirdly dancing.
0.
Yeah, is that what?
At 0.
Is that 0? I saw a meme from that, and I was like, that will be a cool emote. That will be a weird emote, but I'll get it.
I'm a big fan, but I know that's in 0.
That was 0. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm like, I have 3 of these games, and I've not played any of them. I will at some point. You guys, I have a big backlog right now. I got rid of my backlog, then I met this girl. Now I'm playing all these games, and I'm like, I cleared up my backlog.
I actually have a less memey thing I would like to add.
Yeah, go for it.
Ask you guys and everyone in chat. Did you guys see that the official RGG studio, basically the Yakuza devs, put out like a pre-order chart thing of like, here's all of our editions and what everything has? Like when I saw that, I was like, who thinks that's like a good thing to post for your game? Like who looks at that chart and goes, oh dude, look at all the things we can't get if we only get one version of this game? Like who in marketing is like, it's 2020 and after everyone dunked on it last year for Anthem, let's now do a chart for a niche game like Yakuza 7.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea. But you know, that's Sega. That's what they do.
I guess it's more weird because like I've never seen them do that before with anything.
Yeah, this
else,
is like,
and it's like they've had multiple editions for things. Yeah, so that's what makes it so weird. Is like Yakuza is like bigger than it's ever been in the West, but it's definitely not like we're not like 7 SKUs like Ubisoft or EA type games level big.
Right.
Yeah,
and
for
sure.
Hopefully it never gets to that point. I still think that this in itself is ridiculous. Just keep doing like the costume showcase, and that gets the point across instead of a chart.
Yeah. Plus, it also led to a lot of confusion of people seeing one of the pre-order bonuses for one of the editions was there is a karaoke DLC, and a lot of people thought, oh, they're making actual karaoke songs DLC, but it's called karaoke, but what it is it's basically like songs like you play in the jukebox and like Catherine or something.
Okay, that makes more sense. They should have not used the word karaoke though, because that totally is misleading in that sense. Although,
yeah, I mean,
doing karaoke Yakuza sounds like it would be pretty fun, I think.
Oh yeah, it's great.
All right.
Absolutely.
So we're actually gonna move on into the actual subject of the day. First of all, how are you guys doing? Are you guys doing good?
Yeah, Things are going well.
Things
Can't
are going
really
well.
complain.
What about you, David? I see your channel blew up from what, like 10 subscribers when I met you 4 or 5 months ago. When did we have that first podcast together?
First podcast, I was under 100 subs, so everything's going super well, and I'm glad.
Yeah,
I
we're
like
like
what I'm doing.
700 subscribers, 800. Did you reach 800 already?
During the first podcast, I was at 70 or 80, and actually on Friday I reached 1,000. So
Oh, you reached
Yeah.
1,000. Wow, dude, your channel just blew up out of nowhere.
Nice.
That's awesome. You've been doing really good content over there. I've been checking it out. So I'm happy that I met you from the beginning. I was like, you, yeah, so awesome. What about you, Spencer? I saw you moved. How's that moving going?
Yeah, instead of getting YouTube subscribers, I've unfortunately decided to move. You can't do both, unfortunately, I found out. So I've been going through the fun adult challenge of moving from one part of Kansas to another part of Kansas. So you really realize how much of an addiction and a problem you have with video game collecting when it's all piled up into one room in a bunch of boxes.
I mean, yeah, you've got a shelf that's just completely chock full of Vita games. I didn't even know so many existed.
Oh yeah, like that's my favorite is they're now finally all out of their like boxes, because like what I used to only have out for display was like my limited run stuff. People are like, well, this is so many Vita games. And I was like, this is like a third of my collection. What are you talking about?
This is just the beginning. This isn't even my final form.
I look
Yeah,
over
exactly.
at my 4 Vita games.
Like I just bought 2 more this week. It's not slowing down, baby.
Oh man, my games are all over the place. I need to move out first, and once I do, which is probably gonna be in the next month or two. So wish me luck, guys. I'm making a move soon.
Oh, nice.
You know, I just hope you had more help than I did. Like I think I moved all of my stuff and my fiance stuff with like just the 2 of us.
Oh, really? No, I don't think I have more help than you. I think it'll just be me and maybe a couple of friends. Hopefully, I can get somewhere to my roommate who I'm gonna move with. So, wish me luck there. It's gonna be fun there. So, good to catch up with you guys, because it's been a while since we did a podcast. Maybe like a month or 2 ago. I can't really remember how long ago it was.
Has it been that long? Wow.
Yeah, well, last time it was the Persona 4 Golden PC reveal. It was literally that day. Although this was a Persona 3 podcast, literally Persona 4 Golden dropped that day, and I was like, well, we have to talk about it. It's not like it's like the big elephant in the room right now, so we have to talk about it. So we're going to go over the news, everything that's been going on regarding to Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, because there's been a bunch of shit going on. And then we'll actually jump into Shin Megami Tensei 5. Also, bad grammar. Guys, check your grammar, please. I'm not a teacher. I cannot correct your grammar. In fact, I have my accent is terrible, and people like laugh about it all the time. I'm like, yeah, I know it's funny. I'm funny. Oh, my accent's funny. I don't know. Maybe, but
now when we say a bad accent, what classifies an accent as good or bad then?
I don't know, understandability versus just straight up crazy nuts. I think what it is some words that I say sound so funky when I say them. For example, I was in school one time, and I was asking for a piece of paper, and I was like, "Can I have a piece of shit?" And the lady just turned on me, is like, "What did you say?" And I was like, "A piece of shit." She's like, "You know how to rephrase that again." I'm like, "Can I have a piece of shit?" And now I just said a piece of paper, because it's the same word to me. Of course, there's a difference in how it sounds, but it sounds exactly the same when I say it.
Oh, I understand. Like my favorite is I don't know, just because like maybe I grew around a lot of different accents and different people. Like when you'll see like a reality show or TV like give someone subtitles who's clearly speaking English but just with an accent, and be like, listen, this person with a Brazilian accent is just too illegible. You can't even hear their English very well. I need to do this.
You know, I've seen that a lot whenever they have like an interview with like a Japanese developer. And they're clearly speaking English just really badly, and they're still doing subtitles, and I'm like, man, that's just bad. It's good, but it's bad.
Like the only kind of case example I would give is for maybe people who speak English very loosely. Like Hideo Kojima has been speaking English for almost like 20 years, but his English is still really, really bad. And so it's like it's not fair for like people to expect of like he can maybe start a speech or an interview in English, but it'll probably just sometimes dip into Japanese, which happens a lot with not native English speakers.
Right, for sure. Yeah, that's. I totally agree with that. Okay, so moving on to actual news. Wow, we keep it on the version. You know, Spencer, when you said that this was gonna be a long podcast, I think you were right. I think this is gonna be a long podcast. We haven't even started talking about anything.
Wait till we start talking about state of play. We're gonna spend 3 hours alone on state of play. I'm sure.
So let's actually talk about state of play because that wasn't actually the first thing I was gonna talk about, but you just mentioned it, so we can actually jump into that. So, Persona 5 Scramble, we know it's coming at some point, right? Right?
Well, clearly it's been confirmed by Koei Tecmo, who are obviously the publisher and the localizers. So clearly, it's been officially announced now.
You know, somebody was like, I made a video about it, and then somebody's like, "This is what was the word they said? This isn't confirmed." And I was like, "But Koei Tecmo is the one that is publishing the game. How is that not confirming anything?"
I don't know how that got started, because normally it's usually the opposite. Like, I don't know if just the rhetoric or people are just like so desperate for news that they'll kind of like grab onto anything. But like yeah, it is just like so weird. And like to reply to what Dama says, not specifically Persona Central, like a lot of major news places were reporting on like KT is like basically doing an official Western announcement. It's like it's all going to be by Atlas, and like the whole thing with it is just like Koei Tecmo makes money for every copy of that game sold in Japan or in the West. So clearly they're going to talk about it on their financial reports because the game made them a ton of money in Japan and is going to make them more money in America. So like there's no reason for them not to talk about it, because it is the literal worst kept secret of Atlas right now that game is coming out in English.
I mean,
but because it's all but confirmed, anything we get is a confirmation.
Right. I mean, the whole thing that the name was even leaked, like as soon as it was registered, and it's like, yeah, it's coming.
Oh, dude, remember the name's Persona 5 Strikers, which is what it's going to be called in America most likely. Like that got leaked, like just to make you all feel old, in December before the Wear the Mask event for Royal.
How did it even? I don't know. That's just too sad. Okay, so did you guys watch the State of Play at all? Any of you guys?
Oh.
I watched it while at work, and it was one of those rare examples of like normally with like events like this, I go in with very low expectations, and even this one, I specifically told people like, do not get excited about Scramble, because like if the summer has taught us anything, if you expect Scramble to appear, it'll go into hiding like Groundhog's Day. But I was like, you know what? This is like one of the longest state of plays we've ever had, and I normally go into them with pretty low expectations, and so anything really hype worthy will kind of get me excited. This was one of the rare examples of, besides Spelunky 2 getting a release date and Crash 4 showing off a lot of cool gameplay, personally, I have never cared less for a state of play in my whole life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no.
Like, Crash was the beginning and ending for me. Everything else was just white noise.
I tried I was working too. I was going to stream it at first, but I was like, it's 40 minutes, and last time that I did a long thing like this, nothing happened. What was it again?
New Game Plus.
New Game Plus. Oh man, that was I had like 3,000 viewers in my stream. I had 3,000.
I would at least say New Game Plus was better than this in the sense of like we got almost nothing new in terms of games getting announced, whereas at least New Game Plus had like Curse of the Moon 2 and a couple other things.
Oh yeah, you had
good
like
SNK
a new Wise game too and everything. So like overall, like the presentation wasn't bad. It's just the expectations were like so high when it comes to like Shin Megami Tensei and Persona and like stuff that we wanted to see. So when we didn't get anything, the world just caught on fire there for a minute. My chat was going crazy there. I posted a video about it on Twitter. It was like F. I'm like, oh my god, just the world's coming to an end right now. No, but I didn't watch the State of Play. I came through it. You know, I tried to, but I was like, there's nothing going on here. Crash, but we already knew about Crash because he got leaked like a month ago or two, right?
We didn't know about Dingodile though. And me as a Crash fan, that's some hype shit.
Yeah, exactly. But we knew that a new Crash was coming. Like that was part of the leak. We just didn't know how it was gonna happen or anything, which is cool because I love Crash. I love the remake that they did and everything. And I'm seeing it again. I was like, yeah, it's still pretty good. I like the new stuff for it. I think it's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
like 100 levels, more open ended, multiple ways to play, new masks. It looks fun.
Easily
really all
the
you
best
need
game
out of
show.
Crash.
Right, yeah, easily the best game that we saw there. So what about you, David? We talked about it. We talked about State of Play. What'd you think of that?
I did not watch it. I just skipped it.
You just kept it all
Attaboy.
together.
Even PlayStation, when they posted about it on Twitter, they knew that people they had to lower the expectations of everyone. There was like nothing for. I think they said something like there will be no coverage for PS5 releases and no major news, something like that.
You
Right.
got like a little bit of Bug Snacks.
Oh yeah, Bugsnax. Bugsnax is good. I
Bug
like
Snacks is a fucking meme game.
Yeah.
it is, and you know what? It's gonna be one of those games that people are gonna stream and people gonna love watch streaming, just like Fall Guys right now. It's gonna be like this weird ass game to stream, and it's fun just like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll dominate streaming for like 2 weeks because it's the meme game,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
it'll go away.
Although I like that band.
I mean, if you guys, I don't know if you guys really remember. Like, do you remember pre-Octodad coming out like almost like 6 years ago now? I think. Like
Yeah.
when Octodad came out, the Octodad was the same thing of like it had a really catchy theme song, it had like really crazy gameplay, and was very like popular for like streamers and playing. And it's like if you ask someone nowadays, like, oh, do you remember Octodad? The chances are probably pretty low that the majority are. Whereas like Bugsnax is like was the big thing people to latch onto last month because it was something new, it was something very different, and had like a super catchy song. But like even if we compare like the PS5 lineup, I think we'll be very hard pressed unless this year ends up having a really really dry launch lineup for PS5 where people are going to be like, oh, dude, Bugsnax is my goatee.
Yeah, it's gonna be like what, like Miles Morales, Yakuza 7, and Bug Snacks, and some other stuff. Like those are the main three I can remember that are gonna be like launch games.
Well, and actually, Yakuza 7 is only going to be in BC mode because the proper PS5 port got delayed till next year.
Oh, I didn't know it was delayed till next year.
Wow.
Yeah, so it'll work in backwards compatibility mode because anything released after July of this year has to work on PS5. Remember, not everything's going to be native. I had like a weird like fever dream moment of like, hey, how like morbidly hilarious and like infuriating would it be if both P5 and P5R don't work on PS5 at launch?
Oh,
Because I had a friend of
man.
mine in my Discord. He was like, "Hey, I don't have a PS4 yet, but I wanted to buy the P5R Steelbook because it was on sale, and he didn't have a. He wanted the Steelbook, and he knew he could play it eventually down the line. And then a part of me like kind of like had that realization of like, oh god, what if by some miracle that's not one of the backwards compatible games at launch, and he's just like bought this game for nothing."
I feel like it has to be just because it's like what, number 1 or 2 on top PS4 Metacritic games.
It's one of the highest.
True, but I mean, we're in August, and we still don't have a concrete list of anything that's going to be available at launch. The only thing we've had is there will be hundreds of games in which the PS4 has thousands, and it's not the most and it's not the most critically received games or the best-selling games. It's the most played games. Mm-hmm. So stuff that's going to be like Rainbow Six, Grand Theft Auto Online, Red Dead 2, stuff like that.
God of
Obviously,
War, things
Knack
like
1 and
that,
2.
yeah.
Also,
We'll
Five
see.
Royale is third on PlayStation 4 games of all time. It's under
Well-
Red Dead 2 and GTA 5. So
I guess we can only hope.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's Sony and Microsoft are just playing chicken with one another, and I want at least somebody to say something. Because at this point, I don't care what the price is. I'm still going to wait for a drop.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying that too. Sorry, go ahead, Spencer.
No, you're good. Kind of, I guess, like wrapping up a little bit of State of Play talk. I was curious what you guys thought was like one big thing you thought was missing that made realistic sense. Like one of my big takeaways I made, I tweeted after the event was like, what a slap in the face I think it was to not include 13 Sentinels. Like, not because the game's going to be huge. Like, it's going to sell like hot shit next month no matter what. I've just come to that realization.
Yeah.
But like what is so messed up is like you could have included that like really quick gameplay trailer they released literally the next day, because it was like it covers the thing of it's coming out soon, it's coming out as a PS4 exclusive, and it's going to be releasing in less than 2 months. And what's so funny about it is like I'm 90% certain the trailer that came out the next day was in response to people online kind of thinking the same way I did, because that trailer seemed so slapdash together. Had no English VO still. We finally saw gameplay after years of that game being announced, and like the gameplay is not a secret, but it's like one of my big things was like, hey, you've been showing this game off for years, and you've never shown the gameplay until a month before release. And the other thing was like, if you looked at like that trailer, it got released at like 8:15 in the morning, and it was both a premiere on YouTube and Facebook that averaged around 5 to 7 viewers. So like clearly this wasn't a thing they wanted to advertise. They were like, all right, well, we'll just throw it up so that we can have some sort of marketing.
They realized they had to do it at some point. This was the worst. I don't know how. I think I talked about this before. I just hate how badly marketed this game has been overall. The first trailer that we had was a character trailer. I'm like, how are you introducing the characters? People don't even know this game. That's like the first trailer they did is a character introduction trailer. I was like,
well, and yeah, we haven't even really gotten like a proper one of like, we had a all-in-one character trailer, but like this game is so perfect in terms of having like because there are 13 main playable characters, so like have like split it up, like have a bunch of mini trailers going over each and every person, and even like little things like when one of the Atlas PR people, Ari, was talking about the game when they dropped the trailer on like Wednesday or whatever, or like Friday. I my first initial thought was like, hey, this dub is done apparently. Could you guys show it? Like they've like talked about how like proud they were for getting this dub done during quarantine, which like I'm sure it was a lot of work, but at the same time, you guys haven't shown anything from it. And I'm like, I'm sure there's enough footage to like get a trailer together. Like no one's asking for the whole thing to be done, but like they haven't like shown off anything of what it looks or sounds like. It's just really weird.
Alrighty, so besides Thornton Sentinels, there was a big news that came out on, what's it, Friday or Saturday, regarding Sega emphasizing doing some more ports on PC and console after the success of P4G. So what do you guys think about that? That was big news. I was going to make a video, but I was just busy at the time. What do you guys think about that? David?
If they really do something about it, that'd be great. It's not the first time that they're saying that. I mean, they said it like a few months ago, and it's great. It's great news, and it's big news for what they did is Yakuza on Xbox and PC, Game Pass, all of that. That's great. But they said basically the same thing, like I think it was 5 or 6 months ago, and the only thing that they really did was Yakuza. So what will happen next, I don't know, but this is definitely good news. It can be bad, I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah, what do you think, Skull? You made a post about this too, right? You were asking about the...
Oh, yeah, I'm kind of hoping that it does just lead to, at the bare minimum, Persona 3 and 5 on other stuff. And I think, like, bare minimum, it means we're going to get Persona 3 and Persona 5 eventually on Steam. Like, bare minimum. And hopefully that means more, because honestly, I would rather have more of like the harder to find SMT games, the untranslated SMT games. Like I want that to be on more accessible platforms. Yeah. But I mean, I'll take 3 and 5 if that's all you're willing to give.
That would do well.
Yeah, I think that will be. I mean, that's the best case scenario, I think, because we don't know what we're gonna get. Right? Sega has a lot of games. I mean, let's face it. I don't think Persona is even their best thing that they will probably put on other systems or anything. So
probably not, but it's just it will succeed if they do like P3, for example. You just have to put like the FPS content and the extra content from P3P, so the female MC and the ability to control the whole party and update the graphics just like they did with P4G, and it will sell a lot on Steam, I'm sure. So
I don't think you even need to add the Katone stuff. Just put in direct party control, and call it a day. Like honestly, if you want to be as lazy as possible, just put in party control, update the graphics, update the frame rate. That's really all you need, and that's all I'm expecting out of Atlas. Seeing as how I don't know to what level COVID has affected Atlas, but it definitely has screwed them over multiple times. Because I feel like we would have had a date for Scramble by now or something. Because, I mean, even Spencer can attest to it that, like, for a while we were hearing, like, May and then June and then July and then August. And, I mean, who knows when the hell it's going to be announced at this point.
At this point, the longer it takes, the more it's got to be like, yo, you better have that game ready when that game gets announced. Like that better be like a 1 to 2 month turnaround time, because it's like we know that like it's not like they've like stop development or localizing of it. Like they've been working on it, whether it's been announced or not. So that'll be really, really interesting to see of like how quick that turnaround time is for
it gets
them.
premiered in a direct mini, and it's out now.
Oh God, no! I hate a shadow drop like that. No, that
but
would be bad.
it could happen.
That's like sending that game out to its doom.
That's what they did for P4G too, right?
P4G works because that's a digital only game. Think about for Switch and PS4 how much of a market. Like think about all the people out there who get mad when games for Atlas puts out don't have a collector's edition. Mm-hmm. Like the first thing that happens whenever any Atlas game gets announced, if they just show a regular box, like look at 13 Sentinels,
where's the collector?
Look at Catherine Full Body on Switch. The first thing was like, where's the CE? Where's the CE, everybody?
Exactly.
But CE was for PS4.
I feel like P5S is too big for them to just shadow drop it at like a direct or something like that. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Larrue, did you hear us say the word collector's edition and you felt like you needed to jump in? Because that was a little too perfect.
The CE sense was tingling.
Welcome, Larrue. Thank you so much for coming into the podcast. We're only 30 minutes in. Well, lies. We didn't even start on time. I was about to give Larrue shit about being late, but when we were late to begin with in the podcast. So thank you for coming in, guys. So we're talking about what are we even talking about? Persona 5 Scramble. How did we come back to Persona 5 Scramble? We were talking.
We got on Persona 5 Scramble because we were talking about COVID affecting things or not.
Yeah, it's definitely affected Atlas in some way or another.
Right. Yes. So
to what extent we don't know.
We don't know, and hopefully they can get something announced soon on that end. But we're talking about the other news regarding other Persona games maybe coming up at some point.
Yeah,
Larrue, is there a particular...
and that's why I said bare minimum Persona 3 and 5 to Steam.
Yeah, is there a particular game that you would like to see ported over in either on PC or...
for me personally, Devil Summoner games. I want Rido to come back.
Oh, that'll be so good. I love those games. I literally just started playing the second game on PS3, which I'm still glad. I'm not even know how that happened, but I'm glad that they did those ports. They're okay ports. They're not too good, but they're not bad either. All right. So anything else you guys want to add into this conversation here for that end?
Well, the Devil Summoner games need to happen. That would be so great. Just with the graphics that they did for Nocturne, that would be amazing. The games are like in Canada, they're $200 each.
Yeah, for here it's like $150. It's one reason why I will never own it physically because it's way too expensive.
Exactly, and those are the only two games that I'm missing for PS2, so it sucks.
Yeah. I'll at least say in terms of the like little porting talk, I've been less optimistic in terms of what they're going to do next, just in the sense of I think one of the major reasons they aren't releasing Nocturne HD day and date with Japan, I think that would actually be pretty feasibly easy for them to do. I think it's going to bump up with when they want to release P5S, on top of the fact that I think if they hold it off a couple of months and they basically make it also launch on PC, Switch, and PS4, I think that gives them a lot of goodwill without actually having to do that much work extra.
So you guys think we're going to get a PC port for Nocturne?
Nocturne remastered specifically, just because the dev time going into making those games run on PS4 specifically, like by the time you're already putting that game into PS4, a PC port is not that much feasibly harder to do.
Exactly.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that a lot. I think it'll be really fun to see if that...
It would do well as well.
Oh, it'll do well. I'm pretty sure it will do well. I don't know. I've seen a lot of hype even from people that never played an SMT game. That they seem pretty excited for that. You know, I think Persona did a pretty good job as far as like bringing new people in and actually getting them interest them into Shin Megami Tensei.
Without a doubt.
So I'm excited to see what the new reception for Nocturne is, because Nocturne, let's face it, here is not an easy game to play. Not compared to things like Persona 5, which is I think is maybe the easiest game. I don't know how you guys see on that one, but
yeah, I mean the difficulty in Royal is 1000% broken, and it is easily the easiest Persona game because of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. But especially when you go and play Merciless, and it's easier than hard. How does that even
Yeah,
happen?
it was such a
Just curious what you guys think, because we are talking about Nocturne with it. Assuming this PC release does happen with the English launch, if your choices are PC, PS4, and Switch, which one will you guys personally go for at launch?
Nocturne, PC,
Mhm.
PC, all the way.
I'd probably end up going Switch only because I know I'm going to want to actively avoid that crazy as hell trophy list. I don't know any of the trophies, but I know that they are going to be crazy hard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. And both.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, because the trophy list is what would make me want to play it more than anything. And actually, on my podcast yesterday, I was talking with Seniorish. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to go with it on Switch." And I think, that's really interesting, because the more I think about Nocturne in a portable fashion, I think that game's like gameplay loop is so like I view it as very not portable friendly, just because like I always just kind of think of that experience as very much like kind of hunkering down, like a lot of like to those dungeons is something like I kind of want to experience as cinematic as possible. So it'll be curious to see like what people think, because really the only Atlas games we have for comparison on there is a puzzle game in the form of Catherine, an action game that's easily like in bite-sized forms with Strikers, and TMS, which is very like pick up and play friendly. Of like you can go in and out of dungeons and upgrade and change your weapons like very, very fast. Which Nocturne is a very slow, methodical game in that sense when comparing to the other three.
Somebody dropped something.
And I was also just thinking that, hey, it was the one missing mainline SMT that wasn't on a Nintendo system, but now we got all of them technically.
Yep.
Yeah.
SMT 9 just died a little bit on the inside when you said that. I'm sorry, Skull.
It's all right. Yeah, and also just another thing that would be great in terms of porting is just translating the untranslated SMT games and putting them on like the Switch or Steam or something. Because there are so many good SMT games that just have never come westward.
I got to add in regards to the Nocturne porting thing. I am going to buy every single version. I actually have pre-ordered both.
Larrue, that's why I said what you're playing on. We all know we're all going to buy every version possible. It's like, what's going to get your time first?
Yeah. It's
still, I'm going to play it on all consoles. I want to do a comparison actually to see what it runs like.
I hope you are ready.
I'm really
I hope
interested.
you and everyone here is ready to not see that Switch port until the second that game is out. They are not going to show those Switch shots until the second that game has to legally be sold.
I think what's going to be very, very interesting is the game journalist reviews for Nocturne, because without a doubt it will be clowned on so many times. They'll find people will find that one crabby reviewer that's going to say that it's too hard, or that he couldn't get through it, or he never beat it,
Or they never got past the
and
introduction.
just going to get destroyed online.
The Dark Souls of Megaton.
No, it's gonna be
Exactly.
the Dark Souls of Persona. Is that not what they said last time?
I used to get annoyed with that, but with Atlas actually comparing it to Dark Souls, I'm just like, okay, whatever. Anyone can compare it to Dark Souls now.
I mean, the only way that it makes sense is that the entire world is against you, just like it is in Dark Souls. Otherwise, there is no comparison.
Yeah,
I had an interesting thought actually yesterday as well. Speaking of like basically making it more babyfied with them adding in Merciful DLC, is like, think about it. They could have Merciful be on the disc or cart at launch. I genuinely think the reason they're separating it out as a like optional thing you download is because like of those Megaton like purists who are like, I don't want to even have this in my game's files. Like I don't like. I'm just like I don't even want to see Merciful as an option when I select it.
I feel like they're doing it so they can track to see how many people want Megaton to be easier, and then they could, do that more in the future if it's a really high demand thing.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, and that's probably the right reason. But I don't know. How do you guys feel about it being DLC though? I saw somebody made a post the other day. It might have been one of you guys about maybe getting more DLC besides that. DLC. Do you guys think that they may be trying to get DLC into older games as well?
I think lower your expectations in terms of what the DLC is going to be. Like, we're going to be lucky to get anything more than costumes with this, just because for them to like actually do anything, even in the sense of like the old crappy 3DS DLC, like where they were just like, do you want more XP or Maka dungeon DLCs? Like those, I think would even be hard to implement in a way for them to view it as justifying. Like I told Larrue this in a chat a couple of weeks ago. I was like, expect basically every costume possible as DLC from all of those games in that engine. Like, you're going to basically get every game that was in there in terms of, like, you're going to get DDS skins, you're going to get Devil Summoner skins, you're going to get P3 and P4 skins. Basically, like, they're going to bleed that well dry until they have to use Mach and X skins.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I was asking. I was really thinking about customs more than anything else, because they can't really sell you demons. I mean, let's not push the envelope there. They may sell you demons, I don't know. But I should have not even said that.
I was about to say, like, some of the Atlas is like that meme of, like, write that down.
Yeah.
Like, let's not do that again, Atlas. I can't imagine if they sell, like Izanagi or Thanatos as demons in Nocturne. That'll be pretty cool. I don't know.
Actually, I could see them doing something like that, because there's a lot of popular demons that didn't make it into Nocturne. Nocturne has I think it has the smallest compendium out of all of the SMT games as a result of its like really tight development cycle. So I could see them adding demons as DLC, or potentially even like boss battles like they did with the Persona 3 and Persona 4 protagonists and Royal. Stuff like that would probably be DLC. For costumes, it's kind of hard because Demi-Fiend is sold as being this guy in jorts running around in the apocalypse, you know? So it's weird to imagine him running around in like Persona 5 like high school uniform, but I could see that as DLC too as well.
Oh no, like as much as they would want to do that, like that's such a like a other developers would do that. Like something like Capcom, like they would embrace their low poly background. Like I would be amazed if Atlas does, like, because like someone like Capcom could take like characters like from Resident Evil 6 and 7 and be like, hey, here's a PlayStation 1 model, because why not? Like, people are nostalgic for that era. And even though people are nostalgic for like PS1 and PS2 era Atlas, like I don't think people are self-aware enough at Atlas Japan to be like, guys, let's make like all of our stuff like PS2 model era. Like that would be so cool, but like I don't think they have the foresight to actually do that. That's why they would stick to the models that are already there and already ready to basically copy paste over.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about it. I think one of the even reasons why DLC will be a thing is if it's one, cheap, fast, and they can sell it.
Yeah, that's true. Since all the PS2 era demons are built, or all the PS2 era Atlas games are built off of Nocturne's engine, I wouldn't be surprised though, just because the reason why Raito was introduced is because they already had the model for Raito, and they just, you know, retroactively put him in. That's why he looks a lot better than the other models in Nocturne.
Yeah, so somebody asked in the comments here, Dante for DLC. Do you guys think we're gonna get that as a DLC?
I had a weird bet that was one of my state of play predictions, that Sony would get that as exclusive DLC. As like, hey, this game isn't exclusive to us anymore, but we want to have exclusive DLC. I think if we don't hear anything about it like in the next like month or two, he's probably not going to be in the game at all. Or someone had the right at release, there's going to be an announcement where like they're maybe going to do like a DMC2 Dante and DX2 crossover with Nocturne HD and be like, hey, if you play the game within the first week, or like here's like a free DLC offer, basically just like to incentivize people for free, because like they couldn't sell Dante DLC, like that would just be too much of a legal nightmare for them.
That's true.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't doubt them one bit on that end.
I just think it's gonna be DLC. Because when you look at their website, what they do is they list everything as it's supposed to be. So if you look at the characters, whatever characters are already there are just the characters that are going to be in the base game. The fact that they separated the merciless mode or merciful mode from the DLC page means that that's just not considered like part of whatever DLC they're going to add. So when they do update the DLC page, it's going to have something different. They did this weird thing where they had the moon phase cycle on the website, And originally it was counting up to the full moon, and once it hit the full moon, that's when they announced the Atlas D-Shop version of the collector's edition that had all those goodies, and specifically a bracelet that had a full moon icon on it. So what I think is, now that it's counting down, once it hits back down to a new moon, we're going to get another announcement, and that'll either tie into either the DLC page or some other Nocturne specific announcement.
Yeah, I hope
it's interesting though, like to see like how I don't know, like I feel like when this game got announced, I was kind of like, it took me by such surprise of like, oh, this is such a really cool thing and like out of left field for them to do, even though it does make a lot more sense when compared to SMT 5, like, which I'm sure we'll talk about later. But one of the things that has really surprised me is that like how, and I knew like like old school like SMT fans were like hungry for like new stuff, but like I've been amazed at the outpour of attention people have had for all of the new merchandise and all of the new editions coming out just for Nocturne HD. Like, I think it'd be very safe to like, and normally in a case like this, when a new sequel gets a new news blast and media wave and a HD version gets announced, normally the HD version doesn't get as much hype as Nocturne is getting, but because SMT is in such a like weird position of like, they haven't really had a port like this of a game in so long, and those PS2 games are all so like highly regarded and have been like so highly coveted by fans. It's been so crazy to see like how everyone has just been sucking up all these things, and I wouldn't be surprised if like after like launch you see like a lot of these collector's editions for Nocturne just going for like double or triple the price.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's been crazy. Now that that this was announced, you see all these crazy prices for all these games, and I'm like, God, every time a new game gets announced on like another SMT game or something about it, it's just everything just jacks up the price terribly.
Anything Atlas.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys look at the physical 3DS games. Someone pointed out to me that the 3DS games nowadays are crazy expensive. Like Soul Hackers is like almost $200 complete with the soundtrack and everything. It's
which is really funny to me because at least in North America, all of the 3DS games, including the Persona Q duology, those you couldn't like give away for less than like $20, and it was one of those things of like, I think with like there's two important things to notice. Like, yes, obviously anticipation for SMTs is a lot higher now in a post P5R in a new SMT 5 world. On top of that, people also need to remember that right now all video game prices are just totally inflated because of all the pandemic stuff going on. Like, even buying like systems like a crappy Wii or a original OG Red Ring of Death 360, those are going to cost you over $100 now, which would have been insane even 5 months ago.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's crazy to see how things are going with the pandemic and everything. I don't think anybody could have predicted how things changed all of a sudden. And I think that would be like,
I'm just glad that I've never had anything in my like SMT collection or anything collection of like, and now because like a lot of people, and I guess another thing that's important to point out is with so many people at home now and wanting to play things, and if they were also on unemployment, they were getting an extra $600 on top of whatever their unemployment would have been. So a lot of these game collectors who are just stuck at home with nothing to do would be like, okay, well, I'm going to go online and buy up all the games I always wanted to.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like buying stuff. So I'm really glad because like, I don't know, is there one game right now? Because I think it was like Skull, you had mentioned like there was like a game that you had wanted to buy, but now it's been like super jacked up in price. Like, is there a game that you guys kind of have FOMO for now that the price has gotten super skyrocketed?
I don't think there's like
the Raido games.
The Raido games. Yeah, you were talking about those.
Yeah, those are the ones I mentioned, but definitely like a lot of the Atlas GameCube games that I wanted to get, they're always like at minimum $80 to $100.
That also might just be a GameCube thing.
It's an Atlas thing. I
mean, in all honesty. Well, no, not an Atlas thing, because like the GameCube specifically has like been skyrocketing a lot in like video game collecting prices. But because like think about it, like there's a lot of Atlas fans, but like I consider myself a really big Atlas fan, and I owned a GameCube. I have no nostalgia for any Atlas GameCube titles at all.
Well, I mean,
like, it's a very
grinding Cubivore. Like,
yeah, Cubivore is expensive.
See, like,
3D Heroes.
But like Cubivore has always been expensive, and Cubivore is almost more of a weird thing because that's a first-party Nintendo game that's like a Demon Souls thing where it's like, well, Nintendo didn't want to publish it, so Atlas just did it.
Well, the game. I think both of you guys are right, but because if you look at the titles that sold a bunch of copies on GameCube, they're still expensive. Like Mario Sunshine is like $80.
Yeah, like all these games there are like millions and millions of copies for out there. Like Smash Brothers, like Melee, I think will still cost you like $80, right?
Yep, I sold. I literally just sold my my GameCube. I had 2 copies of Super Smash Bros for GameCube. I think I got 90 from this guy, so it's still pretty. It's going up in price. I'm surprised, and I mean, like Super Smash Bros wasn't really like a niche game or anything like that.
I'm just sitting here with my stockpile. I have a full carton, never been opened, of 30 copies for Conception 2, waiting to have those prices skyrocket, so I can finally strike gold.
I have 2 copies of Conception. One that I never opened, and one that I have sitting on my shelf. It's one of those games that I was like, I don't know. This is such a niche game. I'm really wondering if this game's gonna. And I bought it for the PS Vita too, because the PS Vita didn't do so well at that time. So
I was also gonna say, because literally no one plays Spike Chunks stuff games on 3DS unless you have to. Like this Conception 2 on 3DS looks like hot trash. That's like playing the Zero Escape games on 3DS. Like, they're just really bad.
Is it really? I thought about buying it on the 3DS, but I was like, I don't know. I don't honestly. This is gonna come out weird, but I never really liked playing on the 3DS. The 2-screen just drive me insane. I love the way the PS Vita just felt and play, and I always thought that the PS Vita was gonna demolish the 3DS. I'm like, no, this is gonna like destroy this, and it didn't. And I feel
okay,
so bad about
guys, because I know we're all curious right now. The complete in box with soundtrack Conception 2 is averaging about $20 on eBay for 3DS, $40 on Vita, and then some madman is selling both for $40. So clearly he's just trying to get them all out of there as quickly as he can. So Conception 2 confirmed will just never get rare, clearly.
Well, sad. That is okay though. I think there are other games out there that will do much better than that.
Also, fun fact, that game has some really weird DLC. I forgot Monokuma is DLC in that game.
I was gonna say that game is just weird overall. I don't know. Did you guys play this game, David? Did you play that game, Conception?
Nope, I have not.
What about you, Skull? Did you play that game?
Nope.
No.
It is very underrated, but also I will say very pretty. If you play it on Vita, like the character models are actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It also has a really underrated soundtrack. The soundtrack's really, really good for that game. Larrue, did you ever end up playing? Like, I know you own Conception, but did you ever actually play it?
Yeah, one of the video scripts that I have in progress is just comparing all the games that are remotely similar to Persona. Yeah, I have like several hundred videos that I slowly work on, and this is one of the ones. I had to drop Conception 2 for a bit because it's kind of grating, to be honest. And I didn't really like the weird reproduction element,
Child system,
is super prominent.
Is really weird. That's what cracked me up.
I'm a sucker for any anime tropey thing that like uses holding hands naked as an analogy for sex. I just am a sucker for that. Like whether it be like Sailor Moon or Gundam, like anything that involves like teenage kids being naked holding hands and that being the analogy for sex. I'm like, let's go.
Whoa.
This is really strange here. We're about to get demonetized over here.
But to answer the question about like if there's anything that I really wanted in terms of games, I was fortunate enough to start collecting SMT games like way back. It's starting in like 2005. So I don't think I'm missing anything except the things that are already super rare. So what I've really been thinking is I have too many games because I had a habit of buying doubles and triples, and sometimes I think I have like 7 copies of Strange Journey. And it's like, I feel bad because I guess I should just do something with it, like maybe do giveaways or something. Yeah. But now I'm like, do I really want to give away a game that's like worth $200? Because I have a couple of copies of Raito, for instance, that I don't need like 4 copies each. But I was picking them up because I just was like, oh, someone put it on eBay and they spelled Raito wrong and it's on sale for $10. So I just buy it, you know?
Oh man, even before that, like remember the days where like I don't know how many of like Atlus's PS2 games like are on Amazon, but like for like almost a decade, I feel like you could buy any PS2 game that Atlus reprinted after like 2012 for like $20 or less. All the time.
Yeah. I remember going to an anime convention in Baltimore, and this is like a collection store, and they were selling like the Rito games and Nocturne for like $25 a piece. And I was like, I don't have money right now to buy them. I kind of want to buy them, and I'm like, shit, I should have just bought a bunch of them.
Also, yeah, like just to like show how like many copies they still have. Nocturne, they still have plenty of copies. It's $30. DDS 1 and 2 are $20. But yeah, the Devil Summoner games are really the only ones that are expensive. But like even like P3, you can still get for $20.
Yeah, I need my P3 copy back. I let somebody borrow it like 3 years ago, and they never returned it. And I'm like, I need my P3 copy. Is it because it's original P3? It's not FES.
Yeah, grab the limited edition version. It's really cool.
For which one?
For vanilla.
Yeah, the one with the artwork and everything. Yeah, that's the one that I have. Yeah, I love.
I don't know why. I always just like hated the cover for that original print, just because like I never liked the like two-tone cover for the characters PNG. Like I always just thought it looked like kind of lazy.
Oh, really?
Same with FES's cover. I don't know. It was just one of the things that like I always loved every other region's cover. Like even Europe, I thought had a better cover for P3 than we got. Like I don't think America had a good cover for a Persona 3 game until Portable, and that's just because they all had to use the same cover unless you're Europe.
Let's face it, we never get good covers. Back on the PlayStation 2, like if you look at even things like Nocturne or I don't know, we always got these lazy covers.
Are you guys ready for a hot take? Because I don't think anyone will agree with me with this. I have never liked Nocturne's cover just being here is a shot of Demi-Fiend's face with different color scheme, and I think Nocturne HD just being like gray poopy color looks really bad.
It is really bad.
You think so? I love it. I love the gold and black color. I think it's a really good cover. I think
they have so much amazing art that they could use for that, and even official art that's like, because like Larrue, weren't you even like posting like when they showed that like side Kaneko drawing of him, and people being like, oh yeah, this is new art. It's like, no, this art's been around for like 20 years. What are you guys talking about? Like they could have used that as the cover.
Yeah, that was the original vanilla box art for a tie-in with a store called Tsutaya. And they didn't use it. They used it as promo for some reason, but they didn't use that really good box art as the new box art. They could have just said it was new and everyone would have been okay.
I'll say this. If they gave any of those different colored Nocturne boxes like a foil color scheme, I think that would help its look immensely, but obviously that's not the case. But it's like, I think if you want to go with like that like very heavy one color use, you got to really commit to it and find one that works. And even with HD remastered, I can't think of why they chose P color brown. Like I really don't get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The way you describe it keeps cracking me up because I feel like it's gold, right? Is it not gold?
It's supposed to be gold, but it just doesn't look like gold to me. And I think that Spencer's right. If they use a foil on it, that would be fine. That would fix my issue. Mm-hmm. But it's just lazy to me. I know that what they're trying to do. They're trying to say that it's still Maniac's Chronicle Edition. They don't want to confuse people, and that's probably why they're doing it. But no, like I don't like it.
Oh, man.
I just hope by some weird, obscure chance that the last minute announced Steelbook edition will use the art of the art they used for, I always forget whatever this edition's called, but it has Demi-Fiend and Rito fighting each other on the cover. I would love just like a clean art landscape of that on a Steelbook. Yeah, like that one I think would look so nice as like a special edition alt cover.
Yeah, it could be the Steelbook art.
If they ever announce one.
Yeah, I mean, we're still far from release.
Oh, no, I mean like in Japan.
Oh, in Japan,
yeah. Man, I'm amazed they haven't announced it for Japan yet, yeah.
I'm actually surprised about the way they did the collector's edition and releases at all for Japan. It's been a very bizarre journey. They don't have any steelbooks on any store that typically has a steelbook.
You can
Geo doesn't have a steelbook for this.
You can tell that they've been really constrained by like the stock that's been available. Like it's not like everyone's been buying them at like a crazy thing. It's just been stock is a lot more limited now.
I think it's a combination of the two because it was able to hit the Amazon bestsellers and like I think it was 6 of the slots for the top 10 were all like Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. The problem, I think, is that they're limited by like COVID. Like the stock must be a lot lower because usually it's made to order instead of limited stock. I think this is the first game that they've ever done that's limited stock. It's really weird to me. I don't know.
Just to think, the only thing it took for Atlas games to finally start selling out like they used to 20 years ago is a national pandemic.
I don't know. It's. I feel like it's a really weird thing. But as much as we were talking about how Atlas was affected by the pandemic, I feel like they also got really lucky with the pandemic. Because Persona 5 Royal came out at the beginning of the pandemic, and pretty much everything has been released since then. It's just at this perfect time where people just have time to play their games. Because let's face it, not most people are gonna just drop 100 hours on a bunch of RPGs in regular basis. Like I think I'll play maybe like 4 or 5 long RPGs in a year. You know, I don't have the time to do all this stuff unless it's for streaming purposes or something else. But in my personal time, I'm not gonna just be dropping 100 hours on each game that I have no time for. But I feel that with the pandemic, just people just absolutely have the time to play these games and actually buy them. So I feel like in a sense, the pandemic really helped us as far as like getting Persona out there.
Yeah, I think it did hurt like Nocturne specifically though, just because the way they're doing their different promo things, like the new merch releases, the high-end jewelry and stuff, you could tell those are planned way in advance. That Black Frost ring was planned in 2018, so which is around the time they even started talking about Nocturne Remaster. But you could tell that with these like in real life events, they had planned them before even realizing that, you know, they wouldn't be able to do it or wouldn't be done to great success. So it's kind of interesting just to see how far in advance Atlas plans for things. And Nocturne's release, I think, is one of those cases where it's not a Persona 3 or Persona 4 Golden where it's a thing planned in advance and it actually like is a success. It's more like it's weird, and I've never seen so many angry Japanese fans before. Like this is usually when they're upset, they're pretty calm in their responses. They're not as like cutting and straight up angry.
So yeah, I don't know.
Makes me wonder how Super Live's going to go next year.
Jokes on you! Jokes on you! Think they're even having a Super Live next year?
I feel like they already have something planned where, like, okay, we need to announce the next string of Persona games, but they can't exactly do a concert anymore. So what the hell are they going to do?
They can do like Major League Baseball's doing and have a bunch of cardboard cutouts. That's so.
They pack out this stadium with just a bunch of cardboard demons. Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, that
I would actually love to watch that.
I would love. Yeah, they should totally stream that too. So we can all see it. Oh man. Well, but I really hope that they still do some kind of event next year. I mean, they're probably not gonna do anything this year, but next year, you know, fingers crossed, we see something, we get some kind of announcement.
Yeah, they got to do something. They always have a concert, and they always announce like 2 to 3 new games.
Yeah, so that reminds me of Re Fantasy. Do you guys have any expectations or hopes for this game?
I think we're going to see something. I don't know what, but I think we're going to see something at TGS.
All right,
that's very brave of you to.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
For me, since Nocturne is coming out in October, I think Atlas has nothing to really have to show besides just more Nocturne. Like I think if they just put up like a Japanese preview demo for some press to try and just get more hands-on impressions from Nocturne HD, I feel like that's literally all they have to do, and they'll soak up all the attention. Because even though like they've talked about it publicly that that Re Fantasy is making good strides in terms of development, they're clearly in no real place of like, okay, we got to get this out anytime soon. And like we still are in that kind of nebulous space of, okay, clearly Re Fantasy is going to come out on PS5 as well as PS4 at this point. So how do they really want to go about announcing that? And like they're probably in the side of like, if we're all being honest here, I don't know how everyone else agrees, the majority of fans are all probably more excited for SMT 5 than Re Fantasy at this point. So why not just keep putting all of our efforts into that? Because why market both games at the same time when there's a chance of suffering one or the other?
I agree, and that
Yeah.
Nocturne will definitely take like 90% of the event for sure because it comes out the next month in Japan. But my point is that if we go back to January when they said they sent the New Year's wishes on Twitter when they posted that, they said that we would get news and to look forward for anything SMT 5 and Refantasy as well. And
Yeah,
we haven't heard anything, so. I think TGS the time where we'll see something. I don't know what. Maybe just a teaser. Maybe just like the game's not dead and that's it. But I really do feel like we'll
Something more than concept art, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that we will get a trailer at TGS too, just because like exactly what you said. In addition to them having developed or been in development for RE Fantasy for longer than Nocturne and SMT 5, and they talked about it being complete like a year ago. So. The only thing that I could think of that would have slowed it down is if they were gonna like push a PS5 version. And in regards to like events for Persona for next year, they have to do something because it's the 25th anniversary of Persona next year. So for them to not do anything, not a Persona Live, not to announce a slew of new games, that would be very, very bad. They did a huge event for the 20th anniversary. So.
If you remember the 25th for SMT, they're very capable at announcing and still disappointing the entire fan base. So don't think they can't do that for Persona.
They didn't disappoint the Japanese fan base. They got two amazing concerts, a hard rock concert and then an orchestrated concert. They also got that amazing escape room thing. They had this cool collaboration with some bars to have like Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse like style drinks and a bunch of exclusive merch. That's when they announced that jewelry line. So if you were in Japan and you were a fan, you got it good. But if you were anywhere else, literally anywhere else, yeah, it sucked to be you.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of like, I just need Atlas to focus on everywhere else too. I mean, we're all customers. We all pay a lot of money for this game.
Think about it, they really do Japan first, and just everywhere else gets scraps. I mean, that was even the same with the 20th anniversary for Persona. With like they remade Junes and like the Velvet Room and even assigned you your own demons, and not to mention the pop-up concert and all the extra shit in Persona 5. Like that was all really great stuff for Japan, but for the United States or even like Europe, you got next to nothing.
Yeah, it was even underwhelming.
And that's how it is.
They
straight up said that we make this stuff for Japan, and if other countries like it, that's great.
It was even so underwhelming whenever they did the Persona 5 Royal announcement on the West versus when they did it on Japan, where they had that was the main game announced at Super Live. Yeah, no, but they also did this thing in Shibuya where they had like the screens with P5R on them, and then
that was at launch.
Yeah, and then they tried to do
they took over Shibuya.
Exactly, and then they tried to do the same thing in the West, and it was just like a screen projector. And
it was very uncool.
Don't get me started on that. Oh my god, listen, I hate that specific event. There's no time that I've ever been more angry at Alice than when I drove all the way to Little Tokyo for there to be nothing and the event having only lasted about 10 minutes. Like, no.
The only reason why I was able to make it there on time was because I saw the tweet and I asked like my connections, just saying like, hey, could you give me the address for this so I can actually show up and take pictures? So they gave me the address, but they kept the address withheld from literally everyone else.
Why will they not just release the address and have people, know about
it? I think
if you don't want to spend a very safe, definitely not dangerous part of your night in winter at downtown Chicago looking for a random projector, I don't know how else you plan on spending your time.
Like they wanted to make it like this spontaneous surprise, but they didn't have the money to do something like in Times Square or like one of the bigger spots that have larger screens.
Yeah,
it was a lack of budget and lack of coordination that kind of made it suck.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw them getting kicked off of projecting on the AMC, you could tell it was definitely not managed very well. But I will say, the two positive takeaways I always have from that event are twofold. Number one, will never not be amazed at how Larrue, I think, if not a day or two before that countdown, you were like, I think they're going to do like a IRL event, and all of us like clowning on you, be like, no, dude, they're not. They don't got the budget for it. And somehow they found a way to prove both of us right. And what was so funny about that, is if anyone ever once to like get an idea of like how truly mad Larrue was that day, like go to the SMTN podcast. It's episode 150. We all did our reactions to it, like I think as it was ending and as you were coming home, and it was just one of those rare moments of us all being so disappointed we had to laugh at it because it was that bad.
Yeah, that's probably the only time that I've ever been truly frustrated in regards to like Atlas. But I will say that yes, I did predict that. I'm somewhat of a prophet. I predicted SMT 5's announcement and a slew of other things because I think that Atlas is pretty predictable. But
Yeah.
I don't blame them for not taking over something like Times Square because I think that would have been bad. Actually, I think that's a waste of money. This at least this drummed up some positivity, even if it was at the expense of Atlas.
It's funny because when you say that you were like the most upset and frustrated Atlas because of a P5R marketing stunt, I got the exact same way post-launch when they did that stupid mosaic. I hated that thing so much because they didn't put any effort into it. They just put it on like a mosaic website where they just did doubles. Like when checking the image, I found myself like 5 times.
Maybe you're 5 times more important.
I don't know. That's like one of those weird ones of like that seemed so slapdash, and like they didn't even really care to the point of like I remember that of it because people were kind of like annoyed at how that whole thing transpired.
Like 50 Eticas in it.
But at the same time, it is also just one of those things of just like in the grand scheme of things, all you really lost was a couple minutes of uploading a JPEG of yourself, as opposed to people who had to like go out in the fucking shitty winter and have to deal with all of it.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was in January.
Oh, that was December.
Was that December? Fuck.
Oh man,
that was December.
Time just goes so fast.
Yeah, that is a major difference that you didn't have to go out and get disappointed with the Mosaic event.
Like Larrue, one of the things we were talking about, just to show how crazy long this has been in terms of time, is remember the same thing that happened that week of the Wear the Mask event. That was the same time that the Persona 5 Strikers logo got trademarked.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, it was December. So we've been on 8 months of legally knowing this thing exists.
Wow. That is even worse than I thought. I thought it was like in January or February this year when we heard about that.
Well, didn't they reveal a P5S at the same time as P5R?
Yes.
Yeah, in Japan that was April 2019.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because concerts they always announce multiple games, not just the one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did have that. So I mean, that was something. That was a good event, though. That was a great event. Again, Japan.
Well, yeah, the concert, yeah.
Yeah. Japan again.
The American stuff, it's a good idea. It's just severely lacking in execution.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they just need a bigger budget overall. I don't know, Sega.
I mean, playing Monday Morning Quarterback, it probably would have been easy if, like, okay, we're pretending the Phantom Thieves have taken over the Atlas account. Just, like, have Akechi, who's, like, the trader, say, okay, this is where these are the addresses. We can catch them in the act. So that way people aren't wandering around aimlessly the entire evening.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea. I don't know. I'm hoping that they can do something later on that really catches, I don't know, the spirit of
I am not expecting anything until like whatever next string of spinoffs. Like for Strikers, I'm expecting translated Japanese trailers, and that's about it.
Me too. That's literally what I'm
bare minimum in terms of marketing.
Just like what we did for 13 Sentinels, right? We're getting English
For
trailers.
13 Sentinels even less because it's like a month to go and there haven't been character trailers yet.
Wait,
let alone remember how like everyone who works at Sega and Atlas keeps saying we are so proud of this game. This game is going to be so great. Everyone on the team is so excited for it. And then I'm just sitting here like, hey, if you guys have this much confidence in it, why haven't you just released the demo?
Yeah,
you know, that free demo that's the prologue of the game, like just release that and then people would be like, oh hey, this game's great, and then they could try it themselves so that you guys even need to try.
Yeah, I don't know, they definitely need a demo. I would have thought they would have done something like that already.
It should have been free to play because it does fit with that.
You know what else had a demo that was even easier for them to make but they didn't release in the West? Catherine Full Body on Switch.
That did have a Switch demo.
That never got it for literally no reason.
No, they just decided to play the demo at New Game Plus instead.
30 minutes. That was so bad.
That
Oh, man,
live
talk
stream,
about that.
that live stream upset me so bad.
Terrible.
Can we just admit that they had some kind of other plan? They couldn't do it, and then at like maybe the night before, they just said that somebody recording the demo, and that was it.
My headcanon of that event is that President of Atlas West, John Atlas, found out his wife was having an affair with the presenter or the managers of New Game Plus Expo. So they had this big event where they were going to announce Scramble and launch the demo and make all the fans happy. And just to like get revenge on New Game Plus organizers and stuff, they just gave him crappy full body on Switch footage.
Like the worst part about that footage is how badly played it is. Like I'm not claiming to be myself like the best Catherine player. But I was like, yo, this is really bad gameplay. This is not even good.
They could have called some of the like pro Catherine players that they know and have had on stream before. Because that dude, I don't know who was playing it, but they hesitated so much when playing that game. Like
I find it funny you guys view that as them hesitating, whereas for me, I clearly saw that footage of how can we make one night in the labyrinth last a 30-minute live stream without having to go to another night and risk story spoilers for this game that's almost 9 years old.
Yeah, it's 2011. Just drop the story spoiler. Who cares? It's not like you're going with the Rin route anyway. The person was clearly going for Catherine.
Right.
I love that in the chat, Robert Moorhead says Catherine is the incel of the game, whereas like I'm like trying to work my head in that. Is like
What?
Is it technically like Catherine? You can do like like you could, I guess, be incel the game, and then at the same point, like basically Catherine lets Vincent either be like the alpha or the beta for like whatever. So it's like that's so weird that like you would like. I would get it if you wanted to like joke and like call Scott Pilgrim incel the movie or whatever, but like in a way, because like Scott Pilgrim is like not a perfect character or whatever, but like Vincent literally can be any way you want. So that's such a weird take. See the chat be like, "Nah, man, Catherine's the incel game."
Well, that
I mean, if you were playing as Steve, then yeah, it's the incel game.
Oh my god, yeah, that's why you need to read the incel novel, because wasn't part of his story Larrue in the novelization?
Yeah. I am such a fanatic for that novel just because of how much it adds to the overall story.
It gave us a canonical Black Catherine, which I appreciated, so that was fun.
Yeah, I like that she's a shapeshifter and she looks hot in every one of her forms.
Yeah, that artist did a good job. Oh, did you guys see that they're ending the Catherine manga that was ongoing?
I was so depressed that the major reaction to the K Catherine manga ending was mostly comments of people going, "Wait, there was a Catherine manga," and I was like, "Oh man."
You know, that literally happened to me the other day. I posted a review of the first volume of Persona 5, and the comments were, "There's a Persona 5 manga?" I was like, bro.
Well, I mean, I'll say this: Viz has definitely done a better job at promoting their release than Udon or I think it was Katakawa have done for their previous manga releases. Like I think they were just releasing too much too quickly, because like Persona Q, Devil Survivor 1, and Persona 3 and 4 were all releasing at the same time. So I don't think that really led to like anyone getting a lot of attention. So thankfully now, because it's been so long and they kind of got the release of P5's manga near Royal, I think it's at least sold well enough, and we're seeing that now with the fact that the Mementos missions are actually getting finally.
I was just about to say into that. That is glorious that Mementos missions is getting a translation.
Yeah,
and
right.
Official publication.
I can't wait for that. I'm very excited for that. The artwork in it looks really good too. So I'm excited for that.
I still don't know what company is publishing it though, because they kept that under wraps.
My bet is it's Viz. I can't imagine. I can't imagine it's otherwise. But I mean, Katakawa does really, really great work. And I mean, Udon, my only complaint with Udon is I thought their releases were fine, but they were always super underprinted. And also, I think charging an extra $4 for an extra inch of print was never really that worth it in the grand scheme of things. But I mean, it's fine. Like, I don't know people who were like when people talk about owning and collecting manga, Udon is like lucky to get 4th or 5th mention. Like they're very much not in that game normally.
The weird part was that when Viz had hit me up and was talking, was offering me like the first couple volumes of the Persona 5 manga, I was like, sure. Oh yeah, and here's an idea that you guys should try and get the rights to Mementos missions because that's really well regarded amongst Persona fans. And then 6 months later, I hear it's getting translated. So I hope it happened to Viz.
You know what? Actually, I'm sitting trying to actually look it up. I actually might want to take back what I said. I think it's going to be Viz, but if I recall right, I think actually in December or November of 2019, I think actually Katakawa had a panel where they announced that they were doing the Mementos mission, and then they just like went silent and actually got rid of the news headline. So there is actually a chance that it's not Viz and it was Katakawa just kind of moving a little bit more slowly.
I mean, it could be because again, yeah, I heard that, and then like within an hour, it was like, oh no, that didn't happen.
Oh, here's some fun manga trivia before we can finally move on, because I'm sure Kuro is like slowly falling asleep with all the manga talk. Does anyone remember who the exclusive distributor of the Persona Q manga was?
Actually, don't know that offhand.
I don't.
I don't know either. I don't collect the manga at all, except the Japanese version.
Fake fan. David, any guess?
I have no clue.
It was a Crunchyroll manga exclusive. They would release it in monthly chapters, and they had actually, it was part of their manga initiative that did not last very long, of Crunchyroll releasing manga day and date in Japan and America. So they announced that at AX, and I remember everyone getting really excited because the manga was getting released in English, so it was like really close to America. Kodansha, thank you. I totally blew up all the different K publisher names, but yeah. So it was a Crunchyroll manga exclusive, and it failed so bad because everyone who wanted to read it was like, hey, if we wanted to read it as quickly as possible, we'd read the illegal scanlations. Like, if it's getting officially licensed, why not just give it to us physically?
Right, that it doesn't make any sense at all. Digital, I don't know, digital manga is alright. I have a subscription with a couple different places, but having it just digital doesn't make any sense for any collector, because it's just, what's even the point of paying for it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, that's how I feel about it. Although that's supporting, if you want to support him on everything, I guess, but yeah. So, we're actually going to jump into the meat of the actual podcast. We're only an hour and 19 minutes into this podcast, and we are finally going to talk about Shin Megami Tensei 5. Thank you for sticking. Thank you for sticking in so far into this podcast. Man, I knew this was going to happen. Spencer said it earlier. It's going to be a long podcast. So, Shin Megami Tensei 5, we finally got a trailer and a release window. And another release window. I think it's Larrue confirmed that it's not the first part of 2021, right? Was that you that made a post about this, or was it somebody else?
I think the thing is that we just know that it's releasing sometime in 2021, and they're estimating it's going to be in spring of that year because for Q4 for them, I believe ends in March or April, so it has to be by April at the latest.
It'd be early April for the end of their financial year.
Yeah, so then that's really what it is. Something between January and potentially April.
All right, so potentially April, and
which I have to at least just clarify this because I don't know how much people kind of follow like video game financial year endings and these investor report calls. I don't know if this is why it picked up so much steam. Video game publishers do this all the time. They were not giving that estimation for fans. That was for investors to give them money because it's like, hey, guess what? It's like this. Guys, our biggest release is going to be coming out next fiscal year, which you guys are going to have to wait longer to get money for. But if they say we're planning on releasing it by the end of the fiscal year, they have that wiggle room of saying, okay, well, we had to slip it, but we ended up making up more profit than we ended up planning on. Because they've already publicly said they were surprised how much more money they ended up making through Scramble in Asia as well as Royal in the West. So, like, I don't think they're going to have that much of a financial hit. It's not going to be as bad as last year. Like, last year was really, really bad for their financials and stuff. But it's one of those odd things of, like, even without thinking of how often Atlas delays stuff, it's like just adding in the simultaneous release for everything that Nintendo is going to be doing. By the way, remember, the simultaneous worldwide release for SMT 5, that is not an Atlas West move. That is a Nintendo mandated move. That is not anything Atlas West had anything to do.
100%.
I think it was them because they literally put out a statement 2 years ago saying that they're pushing for simultaneous world releases going forward.
And they've shown it with the 0 titles that they've published. So they got to nut up or shut up with their own money. When Nintendo's funding this game for a large majority of its localization, then they got to show it with their own titles. Like even stuff like the closest we've gotten from their own releases is Catherine releasing less than a week later in America for Switch than it did in Japan. Like, there's no reason that couldn't have just.
Persona 4G got a worldwide release for it.
Which by the way, that barely counts because that's such a thing of like that's a PC release of a game that was already done and like all things for it. It's like that. If that's your shining accomplishment of like this game, everyone asked us to make it. We gave to 5 interns. Like, because remember the company who ported Persona 4 Golden is known for making VTubers. They're not known for making games. Like they literally gave it to the cheapest port house they could find in Japan.
Wow.
I have a question about that's related to that. Do you guys think that Nintendo will publish SMT5 in the West?
Yeah.
I really hope not. Actually,
Yeah.
I think so. Only just due to the fact of how much they've done that with other titles, but it's tough to say. But I think, because remember they have such a weird relationship with Square. Square has not published a single game physically on a Nintendo platform in I think 3 generations. And like every Square game that was ever made for 3DS, Wii U, and Switch has been published by Nintendo. Like that's just one of the weird things they have of like there's some exclusivity contract. And even for like weird titles of this has only ever happened once, but when they had Dragon Quest Builders 2, that game released day and date on PS4, PC, and Switch. Switch was the only one published by Nintendo, and every other version was made by Square. If you look at like those prices, the price of Builders 2 on everything else is under like $15 a lot. Builders 2 on Switch is like still $40 to $50. Like Nintendo clearly has control of those prices. I think, in all honesty, and I'll be curious to ask why you don't want why you don't want Nintendo to be the publisher, Larrue, because I think if Nintendo does it, obviously the chance of it going down in price is going to be a lot slower right away. But I think that's going to give them the most chance in terms of having actual marketing penetrating through the mainstream. Because if Atlas West has shown anything recently to me, is that they don't have faith in almost anything to really give it a big marketing push outside of giving a couple preview events and review codes.
Yep.
I mean, for me, it comes down to Tokyo Mirage Sessions, which is probably the biggest fumble that Nintendo has ever done regarding Atlas content. Not only did they intentionally kill the Switch copy, the Switch version, which that's what I think they did, actually. I think they intentionally tried to murk that game because it could have been successful, but they did a bunch of things that were super anti-consumer. And they censored that game quite a bit to the initial audience, the intended audience.
You kind of cut out on my end. You kind of cut out on my end for a little bit. So
so basically,
what did they do to self-sabotage?
They censored Tokyo Mirage Sessions not just in the West, but also in its target demographics. The Japanese audience got super angry. They the obnoxious price, the lack of content it was just bad. The localization was still bad. Like I think that they intentionally tried to kill that game because
I feel like you can't say that's like a specific Nintendo thing because look, they've done that with Pikmin. They just showed this week. They've shown it with Donkey Kong Country Tropical.
Yeah, but those are
that's just a typical Nintendo re-release. Yeah, but like look at all those titles still sold amazingly well and over 1 million. And from what I've been told, basically TMS Encore is right over like 800,000 and is pretty much by next year we'll probably finally hit over the 1 million mark with just the Switch version. So it's like the game has done fine. Like no one anywhere has called it a actual failure. Like it's already sold well and above like I think at this point 4 times more than the Wii U version did worldwide. So like I'm curious why you think it like counts as like a failure where it's like oh yeah, like I think because like think about it, like the total numbers for Wii worldwide never even got over 400,000, right?
Yeah.
So it's also hard to say like use the Wii U in terms of like well it did better than the Wii U. Everything does better than the Wii U version. Pikmin 3 Deluxe will sell better than the Wii U version first day without a doubt.
True, but it is just one of those things of like I think you have to go into it knowing like how high that bar was. Like they weren't doing TMS Encore as like a big deal, and it's like everything that I've heard from it is like, yeah, the game sold fine. Like no one in the financial reports on both sides of the companies were disappointed with it. Like they went into it with a pretty low expectation of everything, and yes, it hasn't sold over 1 million, but it also is still a pretty niche game. But it's important for Nintendo to have those exclusive titles that they publish. But I mean, I talked about this.
I mean, I still think it's a failure because one, since they didn't say anything positive about the sales, that tells me that it didn't sell well. Because the only times they ever say anything about sales is if it sells either beyond expectations or below expectations. So Nocturne, they when it first released, they said it sold below expectations. I think that's one of the few games they ever said that for. But for every game, whenever it does well, they always say above expectations.
For the original,
the lack of statement is indicative of that.
The original Wii U, they did specifically.
Yeah, the original Wii U one sold really poorly. I think that when you consider that this was released at a time where there wasn't a whole lot of third-party games for the Switch to appetize consumers, it was a huge mistake to not really market it, like to not have any new content, because if they're the ones publishing it, that means they can at least be like, oh, Atlas, add some new things. They didn't do that. They also used the censored version. I think it was just a really bad port. Yeah. It was one of the worst ports in my opinion.
Using the Wii U version as the base, the North American Wii U version as the base was a major mistake.
I don't know. I think for me,
Nintendo was like, if you want to return
this goes back to a lot of it.
You totally get it.
No,
yeah, there's a reason why Amazon there's a reason why the Amazon orders or sales for TMS Wii U version in Japan shot up to being the number one Wii U thing as soon as people learned that it was going to be censored. And it's because that was such an anti-consumer thing to do.
Yeah,
but also at the same point, you have to realize when those were happening, they were literally selling copies of the game for like 100 yen. Like the game was like trash to buy.
No, it was $30, about 2,700 yen is what it was when I checked at that time. So it was below the original asking price, but it wasn't like dirt cheap.
I think
either way, like the hyperbole of like saying them not talking about it means it's a failure is like, remember, Nintendo doesn't talk about a game in terms of sales unless, like you said, it does incredibly bad. Atlas, we couldn't pay Atlas to talk about this game. Atlas clearly viewed it as like a whatever job, but like in terms of like the publisher support and stuff for it, it's like.
But that's what I'm saying is I feel like Nintendo took most of what it was. I think that's why Atlas didn't talk about it much at all. I think that's why all the promo in Japan and in the West was basically just Nintendo. I think Nintendo took a big chunk of the responsibility. When you read the interviews for the development of that game, basically Nintendo said, you don't know how to make a SRPG, so stop trying to develop a Fire Emblem X SMT, make a game that's more like Persona, and then that's what they did. And I think that when you look at the way they talk to Alice, telling the person who developed Etrian and Strange Journey and Devil Survivor that they don't know how to make an SRPG, that's pretty like upsetting. Like I think that shows the level of respect Alice and Nintendo have for each other, as in Nintendo doesn't really respect Alice at all. So that's why when I think personally
you're looking into this a lot with a lot of rose-colored glasses at the Wii U.
No. I'm just looking at it with the context of what they said in the release.
Yeah, but you're talking all about stuff that's all from 24. That's all from 2016. Like none of this stuff. Like there were no interviews really that came out around Encore. There was nothing of them like kind of coming out being like still disgruntled or talking about things like that.
I do agree with Larrue on that point though, and you bring that point. There was nothing. They have not talked about it in any kind of shape, way, or form. The game has been out now for 8 months?
Mention a thing about the
game. We never heard anything about this game. Atlas never mentioned anything. In fact, I don't think there is even a single trailer of this game in their Atlas tube. Is there?
And it's really
Atlas Tube never did anything for the Switch release, which is kind of funny because they actually did promote it on their when the Wii U release happened. But I think that more so goes to the thing in terms of how kind of messed up Atlas marketing priorities are. Of if it's not a game we're selling right now, why market it at all? And obviously, Atlas West isn't getting any money from TMS Encore. It's only Atlas Japan. But even if you look at Atlas Japan actually did market the game. They did put out they were advertising the game at launch and a little bit after as well as before, just not in the West.
So
but the version of promo was literally like retweets. It's like that's not really much, you know.
I mean, when our comparison is the West doing nothing, we have to count something as something.
That's
I guess, but all of that, just the handling of TMS and all of the knowing the context of the development up to the release and re-release, that makes me not want Atlus and Nintendo to be having that producer or production relationship, because I think that Nintendo will again screw over Atlus, because even if you go into the old history of when they developed for when they were developing for the SNES, there was a lot of pushback for almost every demon design. Nintendo would be like, why is this demon naked? Why is this demon whatever? They were a lot more lenient because the SMT games for the SNES were selling well, but the way that they treat Alice in the current context is more like you're just like a pig that we're feeding, that you're gonna eventually we're gonna get money from. So I don't know.
I have to say, I'm very surprised that your sort of negative connotation with it, because I viewed Nintendo working with Atlus, at least specifically with getting away from TMS, specifically thinking of SMT 5. It's only been a positive in terms of their only negative real use so far is if I was Nintendo, I probably wouldn't have pushed out SMT 5 with that announcement, but other positives have come from it. Nintendo was actually one of the big reasons behind getting Epic and Atlus to work together. If it wasn't for them, I doubt that Atlus would actually be using Unreal Engine 4 for this game. I bet that they would still be using some cheapo engine just to get this game out within 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, they do have a habit of either doing in-game engines or using Gamebryo. Oh, that was the end of the statement. Sorry. I don't know.
All right, so
it does make me wonder, because I've never actually looked into the relationship between Atlus and Nintendo of how the hell Joker managed to get into Smash if these guys seem to have this really begrudging relationship with one another.
Oh, well, then you're getting into a thing that this doesn't even involve Atlus and this doesn't even involve Nintendo. Joker being in Smash is literally Sakurai had Safer for the first wave of DLC fighters, and Sakurai basically gets what Sakurai wants, because guess what? Sakurai is legit a money pig. He can make money out of anything. There's a reason why the first wave is 5 weird-ass characters and 1 weird one. And no, I'm not talking about Piranha Plant, I'm talking about Byleth. If you look at that first 5 characters of Piranha, Joker, Dragon Quest Hero, Banjo, and Terry, those are Sakurai out the ass. The only kind of weird one might be Banjo, but even he knew at that point that they had to give a weird,
Well, yeah, it's because people wanted Banjo since 1998.
Yeah. And but I mean, even if we were going off of those, even if we were going off of those rules, Gino would have been in the game 3 titles ago. But going into it, it's Sakurai has said the way he got Joker into the game was he went to the dev team at P Studio and he's like, hey, I would really like to represent Joker in this game. They all talked to their lawyers. Their lawyer said, how much money is this going to make us? Okay, cool, do it, whatever, we don't care. There was nothing stopping him from doing it.
It took the power of Smash Brothers to get them to drop their fucking egos.
Well, it's not even an ego thing, because think about it. Why would they have stopped it? Because it's how I always tell people, Persona 5 can release on whatever platform it wants right now. In the year 2020, Persona 5 can be on any platform they want, but Atlus is smart enough to know that they're going to have a Catherine Classic situation again. They can only release P5 Classic. They can't do Royal under contract. So why would they release the classic inferior version at this point when everyone has said Royal is the definitive way to play that game, and then have a bunch of babies whining and complain? That's a reason why it's not happening. So that's kind of something making them look more stubborn, but because there's an actual contractual reason. Whereas Joker, him being added into this was as much deal as it would be for having P5 merch. P5 merch is not that hard. If I'm some startup California company, I'm sure I could get a license for P5 merch if I really, really tried. So him being in another game like that isn't that big of a deal. Because if we're not counting mainstream video games, how many other mobile game crossovers has P5 had at this point? Almost 10?
Yeah, no, more than that probably.
Well, yeah, there's Puzzle and Dragons, Chain Chronicle, Grand Blue.
That's how they view it as having a crossover like that is not that big of a deal for them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you do bring a good
point. I can't even argue with the point. Yeah, you're right.
you're right on that end. All right, so we're actually gonna go back to Shin Megami Tensei 5. So we talked about
we deviated so much.
Thanks, Nintendo.
We talked about who is gonna publish this game. But what do you guys actually want from this game? Or what don't you want? First, what don't you want, and then what do you want? Larrue, we're going to start with you in this one.
So in general, with these types of things, I always try to go in with 0 expectations. but like I'm kind of like messed up because I like did all that research for SMT 5, like looking back at the development. So they're saying that it's really based on or influenced by Nocturne and SMT 4. So I would like for them to basically do a press turn system similar to Nocturne and not do smirking or any of the other bad things that are in SMT 4 that kind of make the gameplay a little broken and easy to manipulate. I do want it to be hard like Nocturne, like to the point where it's like I'm actively constantly thinking about my party and trying to make sure that I have everything set up so then I won't just lose to a standard like demon encounter. And for the story, I just want them to write intelligently. SMT4 has some of the best world building in a Megaten game, in my opinion, because you can talk to any NPC at any point in time, and you'll get this really good environment. Everyone feels like they're alive, and it's really rare. I think Persona 5 kind of did it, but it was hard because they had like three different writing teams. So for them, it wasn't as coherent. But SMT4 has the best world, in my opinion, and if they can bring that from SMT4, that would be a success to me. In terms of music, I already know who's doing the music, so it's going to be good music, and I'm just excited for that. And then I just hope they don't do anything where they connect it to any other game. I don't know if anyone knows here, but I really, really dislike timelines. I hate people connecting the games that aren't meant to be connected. So I really hope this is just a standalone, and they don't do anything like Demi Fiend is the main bad guy, or Joker is on the TV when the world ends or something. I don't want it to be connected to anything. I want it to be its own game that's just exclusive to its own world.
Yeah.
So less SMT like Easter eggs.
I know I like the Easter eggs. Like having the Demonica in SMT4 is cool, but then the problem with that is then people go, wait, Demonica is in SMT4, so that means Strange Journey is right before SMT4, and then like I don't like that. I don't want it to be a hard line of okay, this is definitely connected. I want it to be this is a fun Easter egg. If you're a longtime fan, you'll be like, oh snap, that's Rag from Rag's shop. He buys gems. Like that's cool.
Larrue, tell me if this is an apt comparison. You want fans to look at the connections like Dragon Quest does between each title. Obviously, there's a lot of mentions, not like how Zelda fans do, where they look at every title and go, oh, so this is before Ocarina, but it must be after this because of the time place the hero died.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Exactly
That's crazy.
Oh my god, yes. Can we be the Dragon Quest fan base, please?
No, for real though. That's a good point that I actually hadn't even thought about until you brought it up. Yeah, it
kind of like I guess for another example would be Vincent being in Persona 3 Portable and how many people desperately want to connect the two games together. It's like
the fact that I had to watch
just an
this
Easter egg.
Japanese podcast to confirm that it's not Vincent, and then people still go, "Well, I feel like it's Vincent because
I had to deal with that exact same thing yesterday, and I made sure to cite yours as saying no, that's not Vincent, and still I had people arguing with me about it.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Headcanons are fine, but you can't go ahead and be like, my headcanon is the truth. That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh man, but that happens all the time though. I mean, this is the internet after all, so that's what you're gonna get. What about you, David? You've been quiet for a minute. What do you want for SMT5?
I have the standard wishes that everyone has. So, you know, a great soundtrack. I want the gameplay to be good, and I want it to be hard as well, but I want it to be fair. So, because I feel like there's a bunch of newcomers that will probably pick up SMT5 as like their first game, or maybe Nocturne. I don't know, depending on which game released first. So that's not a wish personally for me, since I played a few games in the series, but just for them to add a bunch of elements that will make this game more appealing to people that have never played this game, or to the bunch of fans that will come in expecting a bunch of similar things from Persona. Obviously, I don't want, if that's another wish or something that I don't want, is for them to add Persona content in SMT5. So, they won't do it, but anything like a social link or something like that, I just keep those things in Persona. I don't want that in mainline for sure. We talked about I did a podcast recently, and we talked about we had a few ideas of what they could change for the combat system, and honestly, it's hard to tell. I don't know if you guys have any ideas of what major changes they could do to the combat system from, let's say, we look at SMT4 and 4 Apocalypse. I feel like the combat system is great, and I don't know if they were to change something in a major way, I don't know what they could do. So it's sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna interject, but I want you to finish first.
Well, this is it. I don't have any specific things that I want them to change necessarily. I feel like they're on a great route and they did amazing things with the last few titles. So I have I don't necessarily have any expectations, but I feel like they will do something from what I can see and from what I read online about the development of the game. I feel like they have something great on their hands, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna just say that for me, SMT4 Apocalypse has the best like gameplay in terms of comparing between the two, SMT4 and Apocalypse. I think that they actually fixed a lot of my issues that I had with 4. But if we're gonna talk about like the gameplay things they could consider, this is gonna come from a weird place, but DX2, the mobile game, they use a press turn system, and one of the things they do is they do half press turns. So if you crit or if you hit a weakness, you don't get a full press turn, you get a half press turn, meaning that press turn won't trigger another press turn. So then it like removes the chance of like infinite like turns or like abuse in that sense. So I think that something like that would be really cool to include, like a way to just kind of minimize how much abuse you can do. 4 Apocalypse did that kind of, but I still found it pretty easy to break. Not as easy as 4 though.
Yeah, for sure. We also talked about. I have a questions for all of you guys. Just want to hear your thoughts on the matter. But we were talking about it's related to combat, but it was to what if they add the function in the game where you could see the demons on the field before an encounter. Just before I give my personal opinion on the matter, what do you guys think about that? Like if they do something like in Dragon Quest 11, for example.
Or like Pokemon, like the newest Pokemons, where you see them
Yeah,
walking in the
yeah,
wild or
basically,
whatever.
yeah.
Um, I don't know. It really depends on what the storyline is. Like, for example, I think in Nocturne it won't work well because you're literally like in post-apocalyptic Tokyo and you're literally interacting with the demons. So in that sense, like it would be cool. But if it's a different kind of setting where you're not doing that kind of stuff, I don't know how it will work out. What do you guys think?
I like that. I prefer that actually. I think Persona 3 was like the first time I ever experienced that in an Alice game, and I like it. I like being able to see the thing and then hitting it and then be like, cool, now I have an advantage, or it runs up on me and now I'm at a disadvantage. And knowing exactly what demon it is would be kind of nice. But I wouldn't mind if it was even just a generic demon model, and then when it hits you, you'd be like, oh man, it's Jack Frost actually.
Or just to maybe see one demon, not the whole party. So, because the one point that someone brought up on the podcast, and I thought it was a great point, is that if they were to do that, like if, for example, there's 3 enemies and you can see the 3 of them, you might, well, I would do that personally. I'll just pause and change my party setup before I enter the battle. So, would that lower the experience? Would that be a lesser experience if you were to always change your party before entering a battle because you know what's coming for you?
Nah,
I mean, it's part of the
No.
strategy.
Yes.
I like that more. I feel like that's actually kind of the step that RPGs in general are going towards, of at least having some kind of thing on the field to run to fight, instead of just being a random flash.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of divisive. I feel like I get when I ask this question, I always get people that are like, "Yeah, that's a great idea," and some others that are like, "I don't know about that," because it was great as well in SMT4 with the just the blurry thing that with the was it the size or the color that distinguished whether it was a bigger enemy or a stronger foe than not.
I don't even remember, to be honest.
I'm not sure. I think it was the color but I'm not sure. So just something like that for me personally is cool, but I just don't want it to be like a just really random. Like I recently beat Soul Hackers, and you don't see anything, and it just while you're traveling through the dungeon, and you just get a battle. It's really random. You don't see anything. I feel like with an Unreal Engine 4 game, it would be cool to just see the beautiful HD models in the environment. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. We also need to take in consideration. This is the Unreal Engine 4. Like they can do some pretty good stuff with this.
Yeah.
I'm personally hoping that they can do more of an not truly open world, but more like an open hub areas where you can kind of like explore full areas. This is just me, so don't go on me before I finish this. But like big areas, because like if you think about it, back on Nocturne, it's really almost open world. Well, you have a map, and then your little character just kind of moves around. I mean, that's kind of open world in a sense, right? But if you could do that, but were you actually exploring little areas and stuff? I don't want fully open world because I don't have time for those games. But where you can actually explore certain areas and stuff, that would be cool. I would like that stuff. What do you guys think about that?
I have something to say about that. I feel like a game that did what you just described in a good way was the Final Fantasy VII remake. Like there's some sections that in some particular cities it's kind of opened, but it's still very linear. And I feel like this is something that would work with a game like Megami Tensei.
One weird thing I thought of as you were mentioning about open worlds, and I would really, really, really like them to get away with this from going into the next generation, at least for them, which I find hilarious. By the time it finally is going to come out, we're going to be into the next generation, so their next generation is about a generation behind. But either way, I would love to no longer have the super pulled out map and you're just a little icon. I would like for us to actually have every world feel connected and not feel like I'm using this zoomed out map and me as like kind of a peg to move across it. I'd like everything to kind of more feel like a real world. It doesn't have to be a huge world, but I want it to be more connected, similar to the Final Fantasy VII scenario of like that game makes the world you're in feel like Midgar, even though in the grand scheme of things, you're maybe seeing 20% of that whole world.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
What do you think?
The whole thing about that is that right now there's like a weird like point of contention with Atlas staff, especially within the studio involved with SMT, where you have the people who are really traditional and they want it to be traditional, and because that demon icon that icon is so iconic, they want to include stuff like that. That's why a lot of SMT games, they don't really even consider the option for female protagonists, because that's again just part of the tradition. That's being in Tokyo is part of the tradition. There's that, and then there's a lot of the younger people, especially within SMT4 Apocalypse's development, where they're interested in shaking things up like a lot. And I think that this game is either going to be one of those things where it's going to either change a lot of things because of the young people kind of winning over, or it's going to be super traditional, and that might appease like some of the older fans who are upset by some of the changes. It's just really difficult because from what I read, anytime they do any big changes, people get mad. For like we saw that article where apparently when Nocturne was released, all the old fans are really angry that it didn't look like SMT 1 and 2. So, I don't know.
You bring a good point. I mean, there's a lot of fans that have been in this series forever now. So how much that can they change before somebody get upset about it? It's a good point of question, but at the same time, let's be honest here, there's always somebody that is going to be upset about some kind of change or anything that they do.
Yeah,
you can never satisfy everybody when it comes to this stuff. Like I remember people being upset at Persona 5 when it first came out because of the way that the story looked and everything. So I don't know, I think that if you look at it that way, there's always going to be somebody mad about something.
But yeah, no matter what, like if you do anything in the public sphere, there's going to be somebody mad at you for it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That just is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah. I'm recently, now that I started growing up in a channel, I've been seeing it more and more when it's like more people disagree with my opinion and stuff, and I'm like, that's fine too. You know, like I make videos and I know that some of the stuff that I say may be controversial. You know, that's what happens. Spencer, what do you think about all this? You have any wishes for Shin Megami Tensei 5?
I guess my major wish and my biggest kind of thing I hope to not see or sort of connected. One of the things I've been really vocal about with SMT5 is people have been asking what sort of systems you want to see, what do you want to see make a return, and things like that. I don't really have a lot of things that I want to see make a return because I would really like for them to kind of play with people's expectations a lot. And obviously, like, I enjoy them wanting to kind of go and keep it still very traditional. But even like little things like, I get why it's still in Tokyo, but I would not lie if I said every time I see another like Atlas game that's just in Tokyo again, it makes my head roll. Like, I'm still going to give it a shot, obviously, but like it's just one of those things that always kind of stick out to me. But that being said, my major points that I kind of want to hone on is I hope that they can use Unreal Engine 4 to their advantage and not end up being really crushed by it, because I am so worried that this game is going to be really, really poorly optimized. And the reason is because so like while we have a couple of edge case games like Dragon Quest XI, that is not the majority. That is a very, very rare outlier. A lot of games on Unreal Engine that aren't even trying to be very technically demanding, let alone like big RPGs like this, have a tendency of having very, very dynamic filters in terms of like, okay, the game's going to either look like it's running at 720p or 120p. Cases like load times being crazy, crazy long. Like, I don't want to have a moment when I'm excited to play SMT 5, I run into a demon and the transition takes over 30 seconds. Like, that's like some of my biggest fears. But like the latest trailer, I really appreciated it giving me a good glimpse of, okay, I can see this running on the Switch. I can understand this. Like, from a developer standpoint, I know how Unreal Engine 4 works for a pretty good amount of it. Like, this all seems very doable, but I still have that fear of like, hey, these are for cutscenes. Like, gameplay is going to be a whole nother level. Like, I'm worried that there's going to be a big disconnect between how good the game's going to look in cutscenes as opposed to gameplay. I'm worried that they're going to make a lot of concessions for it in the sense of having very low number of models in the world or having very corridor heavy design. So things like that. Yeah. But I think that they've been taking a long amount of time with this for a reason. I know from everything I've heard of people who are working on that, they've obviously not wanted to be very public about this, but they have had a very hard transition period. Like, that team was not ready to use Unreal Engine 4 when they probably announced it, but I think them taking the time that they've needed, and when all is said and done, this 4+ year development is really going to help. And hopefully this will be one of those rare cases like Dragon Quest where it shows is like, okay, they nailed it, they found out what they wanted, because they at least have the advantage of saying we're on one platform. This is only going to be on Switch, so they can hopefully not have to worry about optimizing it in a bunch of crazy other ways. Because think about it, by the time Dragon Quest came to Switch, it had already been on 3 platforms with 3DS, PS4, and PC. So my hope for them is that they shine and that this game can kind of bring SMT back into the limelight in terms of its presentation. Because let's be real, one of the reasons Persona 5 is more popular, or just Persona as a series, modern day Persona is more popular than Megaten, is because if you put a trailer or some just raw gameplay of one to another, your average consumer is going to be drawn by the flashier game, like with Persona 5 Royal. Like, if I put up footage of P5R or Apocalypse, people are, like, even platform differences aside, going to be like, okay, this one obviously looks pretty dated. So hopefully that they can kind of blur the lines in terms of the SMT side of development always looking, from a presentation side, subpar, and can finally sort of shine with it.
I'm sure that they'll do something great on that.
Here's hope for that. But like you said, there's also that concern that I was really concerned when they announced a 2021 release date, because I was like, yo, it's been 3 years, right, since you announced it. And Larrue, he was talking about he knows more about the development cycle, but when I heard that they were having troubles with the Unreal Engine, I'm kind of still concerned if this is enough time for them to optimize the game as good as they can, because I don't want them to push the game. I'm still not
expecting the game to come out next year, by the way. Like, I don't know if I've said that much publicly, but like, I think 2021 is a very good year to get people ready to see gameplay. I think especially because they've now forced their hand for it to be a worldwide release. I genuinely don't expect this game to come out until maybe January to March 2022.
Yeah, I think so too, because a lot of people are not familiar with this, but we as longtime SMT fans or Persona fans know that release dates for Atlas means nothing. They have delayed Persona 5 and Persona 4. I think not Persona 4, but Persona 3. They also delayed that a couple times. So I don't hold up to that 2021 release as much as I want it to happen. And from what I have heard, I don't know if
like,
it's going to
be... Can you guys think of a game, not a system port, because like, so let's say stuff like Royal and Full Body would count as new games, but Full Body on Switch would not count. Is there any game we can think of that from announcement never got delayed to release? Because I'm even thinking about weird edge cases of like Record Breaker had like a 4-year development plan from it was originally supposed to come out 3 years before. Full Body got delayed like I think 6 months. It was supposed to come out in 2018. Like they just don't ever really have that track record of like having a game announced and never delayed.
I disagree. They do have the track record of being unreliable.
So yeah, that 2021 release has me a little bit worried. I think some people are gonna be disappointed. I don't really see it happening in 2021, but it's nice if they stick to that release date. I don't know if Nintendo's gonna try to get them to hold any hold on to that word, but I don't believe that too much.
I would think so.
Plus, like big RPG wise, I don't know about you guys. If all we get next year is Nocturne HD just from the SMT side of things, not even counting Persona, personally, I'd be fine with that. Like, I think that's more than enough for people to chew on for 6 to 9 months until the game comes out next winter.
For the Megaton community, yes.
Yeah.
That would be enough. Agreed.
Well,
Because if you look at another community, like the Zelda community, for example, they're like, everything's going, everyone's crazy at the moment because Nintendo's been saying for a few years now that they want to have a Zelda release every single year, and there's nothing this year except like the Cadence of Hyrule physical edition thingy. Except that there's nothing else for this year, so they're crazy. But for us, obviously, just a Nocturne remaster is enough for most of us.
Well, yeah, because it's been years upon years.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh well, I don't know how that's gonna turn out there.
Then we might get Scramble as well.
No,
Yeah.
It's this year. I won't allow people to say it's next year. I'm willing.
Yeah, it has to be this year.
If I have to print disc myself, I will make people play that game this year.
Oh yeah, I don't know. At this point, I think I told you guys this, but I already moved on from P5S. I think I'm the only person that has, but I already played the game, and Spencer has too. So like my expectations are like thinking about like P5S is like it's not even on my radar anymore. As far as like it'll be nice because I get to play it in English and kind of get like the full story maybe. But overall, I'm kind of like
a good localization.
Yeah, but overall, I'm no longer on the hype train. Like I feel bad because I was really hyped for that game whenever the game, like when I saw gameplay for it and everything. And
That's one of their biggest problems of like no amount of reason will ever be good enough for their silence to not talk about this game in the West, because like you are not one of the only people like that. There are so many people I know who are either just thinking, okay, this game's just clearly not going to come out in the West, or they've just lost hype because they're more excited for other things. So like it's just been really depressing to see people who 6 months ago were like, holy crap, I can't wait till this game comes out in English. Because like I remember back in February when the game came out in Japan, it was pretty much universal praise from people being like, holy crap, this is a really great spinoff. Mm-hmm. And then now the hype's died down because guess what? People like me who imported it are playing other things. No one in the West is talking about it unless your name is Spencer and you tweet about it every day because you're just that obnoxious. So it's just one of those things of like, okay, for every Spencer out there, there's the 99 other % of people who are just, they'd rather get more excited for things that are more tangible. And if you told me 6 months ago a fucking re-release of Nocturne HD was more believable to come out in English than Scramble, a done video game, it's just like kind of insane. Because like, one of the things I always get amazed about I see on Twitter is when I complain about Scramble not getting officially talked about in the West yet, people will be like, oh, well, maybe now you Persona fans know how SMT 5 fans feel. It's like, no, dude. SMT 5 is still nebulous. This is a done game. You can't like tell people, hey, you know this game that's done? We're not going to tell you about it yet. Like, it's because it's done that I get so mad about it that I like get upset. Like SMT 5 is like, yeah, obviously, like they're going through the process of making that game. So obviously those long periods of silence are going to be hard, but you understand it. Whereas like not talking about Scramble, it's like, dude, I could make a trailer for this game. People legit thought about it so many times. Like, why don't I just make like a fake fan trailer? Because like the assets are out there, anyone can do it. So it's just like there's nothing stopping them. That's what makes me more mad, as opposed to like the SMT 5 comparison, or even like the chat was saying with Metroid. It's like there's nothing out there. Like yes, there's trailers, there's development updates and interviews, but in the grand scheme of things, when until a game is done and out in some region or some form, there's no real comparison to a game that's just out in one region and not out in another.
What could you compare it to?
Scramble? Oh, the best comparison is this I've been thinking about a lot recently. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. That's a game coming out this year that everyone knows. Even Doritos has leaked it, but it has not been officially announced yet, and it's August. Like that. Think about it. Call of Duty is coming out this year. They've said it, but it's not announced. Like they even said it in their recent most financial report. Activision is like, oh yeah, there is another Call of Duty coming out yet, but we just haven't announced it yet. It's like, but everyone knows it. Doritos is already talking about it. Like it's already like rumored and leaked everywhere. Exactly. So like for I guess this just goes to show how weird of a year 2020 is. If you told me that Scramble and the new Call of Duty this year are more comparable than ever before, my brain would probably have melted. But it's true.
weird world that we live in.
I mean, I blame a majority of it on COVID, only because like Call of Duty always had its spot, but like Activision wasn't the one to announce it. You just put it like in the reel with PlayStation.
Oh no, the actual reason behind Call of Duty, they've at least come out and said why, whereas Atlas hasn't. Call of Duty is always originally announced at the NBA playoffs in May, and then shown off at E3. Obviously, with both of those things not happening, that's where that hasn't shown up. Another reason they haven't shown it off earlier is because they launched for the first time a free-to-play game with their Battle Royale Warzone. So because that's been sucking up so much attention, they're like, well, we don't really have to talk about it until the Warzone starts slowing down. So that's why we're going to hear about it this month finally, but they've at least talked to us and like kind of told us why. Whereas like, think about it, Atlas West tweeted out, no, not tweeted. They retweeted the sales tweet that Atlas Japan did, celebrating not just Royal but Scramble, and then forgetting to mention Scramble. And it's just like,
I don't think they forgot.
But it's just one of those things of like, even that, if that was how they chose to announce Scramble, being like, guys, this game just sold like over 400,000 copies and it's not even out in the West yet. Get hyped. Like, at this point, I'm ready for a DX2 collaboration event to happen before the game even gets announced.
Oh man, don't even think about it. I like how we came back to shit on Persona 5 Scramble again.
I mean,
any day.
This is our third round on this one. We're just
and our impatience comes from love.
So we talked about Shin Megami Tensei, what we want. Is there anything that you guys are afraid or just plain flat out don't want for this game?
Joker.
Yes.
Joker.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, yes.
No.
I'm a Persona guy. I don't want anything Persona in SMT 5.
I had a great revelation yesterday on my podcast coming up this week that I really hope you guys have. I would love it if Atlas starts using TMS Joker as like a bad box art Mega Man. Of like they're aware of how bad he looks and just using him. So like Joker wouldn't be DLC in SMT 5, but TMS Joker would be DLC in SMT 5. Now that I'd be down for.
As a meme, yeah.
TMS.
You know,
Like I'd be okay with that, but staunchly, even as the Persona guy, I don't want anything Persona in SMT 5. Like not a reference to the Phantom Thieves, not even in the dialogue. Nobody can tell me they never saw it coming. I just don't want to hear it. Because I know what'll happen, and I don't want that to happen.
yeah, I think there's probably gonna get we're probably gonna get DLC from like Persona in it, 100%. I don't even doubt it for 1 second.
That's the thing I really don't want from them is I don't want DLC at all. Seeing Nocturne have DLC makes me upset. Seeing the Persona 4 or Persona 5 Royal DLC made me upset. I don't like DLC. I'm super against it. And
I think it honestly
what they did with but the way they did it with SMT4 and Apocalypse is that they made some very good story stuff DLC only, and to pay to get more of the story is annoying, and they did it twice. If it's stuff like cosmetic, that's good because I don't really invest in that sort of thing. But if they lock story behind DLC again, I will be upset, and they've already kind of set that precedent. So
yeah, I think that's one of the worst things that now that you actually bring it, because I didn't think about it until you said it. I was upset when they put the third, Joker's third Persona as a DLC only. I was so frustrated about it. I was like, Alice, you cannot do this.
Screw it.
Like, this is literally the worst thing you can do. And they did it, and I was like, please no. I was just so frustrated about it. And then the fact that they wanted you to pay $20 for Kasumi's DLC outfits, but you only play with her for maybe 10 hours of gameplay, that also frustrated me a lot. I'm like, are you gonna set all these customs for this character that you can only use in one dungeon the dungeon is short?
That is definitely an expectation I have with SMT5, is there will be DLC, it will be overpriced, and you will get annoyed at it. Almost a guarantee.
That is almost a guarantee, yeah. That is true.
I hope it's Strange Journey Redux DLC, where the DLC is all things you don't need unless you want the game to be easier. That's what I would love for them to do.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening.
Now, what if they did, let's say that the full story on SMT5 is done, right? Like, you play the entirety of the game, and then they released kind of like this. I like to use this example because I think it's a great DLC model. With The Witcher 3 had these two expansion packs that added maybe
Good
like
idea.
30 hours of them. What if they did something like that? Let's see something like I guess you can say I don't want to use the answer from Persona 3 as an example, but what if they did something like that, like a 30
No way,
hour?
Jose. No way, Jose. Their development pipeline never will be until they have a complete corporate shakeup. Is they will beat the game. Sorry, they will complete development of the game, and they will have every piece of DLC done before that game is even submitted to Sony. And when that game is in players' hands, their entire dev team has already moved on to another project.
Absolutely.
Like the longest amount of DLC we've ever seen for any title was technically Persona 4 Dan had 2 waves of DLC development, and that was because of how well Dan sold in Japan. So that was one of the rare cases of us ever seeing prolonged support. But like going out that and kind of looking at it, I was talking about this, and I would be curious what you guys think. In a post SMT5 world, what do you guys expect to see happen first? SMT5 getting ported to other systems eventually, or what I think is going to happen is it's going to sell over 1 million, and Atlas is just going to do what they always do best and just have an enhanced version released about a year or two after it on maybe Switch or Switch Pro.
Don't even doubt it for 1 second.
Yeah, I
They
guess
will
it will
definitely do that.
Because think about it, like there's like it goes back to the Royal situation of like I'm sure that like eventually an exclusivity deal will end for SMT5, but this game is going to sell well enough to warrant some sort of Maniacs edition or some sort of +1, or even maybe an Apocalypse Syndrome, like where we get like okay, well here's a 1.5 like what if sort of scenario, and just like yeah, there's their entire development pipeline. They've never even played around with the idea of really doing substantial DLC story like that, and I think even if they did, I don't think that they would find a way to appease fans and find a way to make it profitable for them. Because even if it's like, hey, make this $40 expansion and we'll give you something like a new third or whatever of a story, in the grand scheme of things, it'll always be cheaper for them just to resell the entire game for $50 to $60 and for $70 to $90 in Japan, and just make all of that more profit even easier.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point, but I'm just asking from as a fan perspective, like, would you be okay with that if they did that? Like, instead of giving you, I'll say like the shitty remaster with pay $60 again and you get like 20 more hours of extra content. If they just sold you that extra content as a DLC, will that be better for you? Would you be okay with that, or you want that remaster $60?
It makes me sad because I want to say yes, but I know that they wouldn't be able to make something that I would view as worth it. Like I think fans would still be like kind of salty on it. So I would even say even if they did do that and make it a like meaty DLC expansion, I still think that there would be more negatives to positives at the end of it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. I think people would, either way, there's gonna be some kind of backlash. I remember when Persona 5 Royal was announced, and people was just so upset that it wasn't just DLC. I saw some people just getting
honestly just think about it. If they had come out with Royal, and if the rumors of Kasumi being female protagonist choice, I think that would have softened the blow about the game being a whole new purchase so much more. Just like they had to have something a little bit extra to appease fans a little bit more than just saying you'll get new story after you replay the whole game again.
No, that would be terrible. I don't know. That was already kind of weird when we had Royal, so I don't know. I don't know if I will be okay with that. Are there any major changes that you hope? Like let's say that you get a gameplay kind of like what Persona 5 is on SMT5. Would you guys be okay with that?
In what sense?
In what sense? Well,
you mean like when you're traveling around a dungeon, or?
Let me rephrase that a little bit more. Persona 5 did some interesting stuff when it comes to the way that you do turn-based RPG, because it's a little bit different from other turn-based RPG. They made it really streamlined, and of course they added the technicals. They added all this additional stuff, the additional elements, and additional crap to it. Did you guys like those changes? Do you think that should be like a Persona only change? Because let's face it, up until Persona 4, I feel like gameplay wise, turn based wise, it's been pretty much about the same. I want to say from Shin Megami Tensei to Persona, like it hasn't been any major differences, but Persona 5 really did change up the way that you do turn based in that sense.
I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like Atlas has actually been pretty experimental with their different games that they've been making. I mean, even just look at stuff like going back to TMS. Like that battle system is very unique and wholly to itself, and even like the changes they did to stuff like DX2 or Apocalypse, and even with what you said with Royal, I think they've definitely not been the safest when it comes to their battle systems, because they know of how quickly it is for fans to just kind of compare all these turn-based games to one another.
Yeah, I feel like those are all pretty much different shades of the same thing.
Yeah.
TMS's battle system is essentially Digital Devil Saga's battle system with Fire Emblem elements and a really long cutscene animations. Persona 5's battle system is basically just regular traditional SMT battle system, and every other mainline is pretty much the same except Apocalypse and 4, which have just a slightly modified press turn.
Yeah, and I guess you can say it is experimental in the sense of the way that it interact with the gameplay and everything, but at the same time, it is pretty much dry and the way that the game plays. Like, it's still pretty much a Shin Megami Tensei gameplay. It's just the elements that they add around it that make it different. And also balancing too will be a big thing. Like, I don't want it to be as badly balanced as Persona 5, Royal particularly.
Royal was terrible.
Yeah, the balancing was just, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Spencer, you had an interesting theory about this before. I think I remember you saying something about.
Oh yeah, about how Royal isn't a terribly balanced game. It was only balanced for the easiest mode of safety and the hardest mode of merciful. Sorry, and merciless. So everything else in the middle ended up like having a lot of different like problems due to that lack of balancing of, not even balancing of, like literally you can just tell that the game did not get enough playthroughs with all the other in between difficulty options, and people complained about that post release, and I'm surprised after all the patches the West got, like they never even tried to attest to that.
Do you guys think that will ever be fixed as a thing? I don't think so.
No.
Oh, for the West? Yeah, no way. I'm amazed we even
they're
got
gone.
2 patches in the West.
Yeah, they're completely done with Royal. I
Yeah.
still laugh at the people who want like some kind of like big Kazumi update for Persona 5 Dancing. I'm like, they left that long time ago and they're never coming back.
They definitely left that boat a long time ago. I don't think they're revisiting that. If anything, we'll get an enhanced edition of Persona 5 Dancing. That's
No.
You don't think so?
Hell fucking no.
I still think that they're going to find some way to release P3, 4, and 5 into one complete package. Maybe not with all the DLC, but just because like P4D will like not ever having an HD version of that game physically just seems so weird. Of like I don't know like how much you agree with this as another collector, Larrue, but like doesn't it just seem weird to you? Even though Atlas said they will never sell P4D on PS4 physically, I just feel like that's just them sitting on so much easy collector bait money.
Well, I think it's because in the Japanese market they prefer rhythm games and mobile. That's why that's why it did well on Vita, and when they released it for like literally for phones, that's usually what people want for rhythm games in Japan. I think that if they actually ported it to the phone, they would make a lot more money because that's what Japanese fans want, at least. Or that's what I've seen.
There are the market for like mobile rhythm games is kind of insane, like to the point, but like I think the only thing keeping them away from wanting to do that is if the development of P4D showed us anything, is that Atlas doesn't trust other developers enough for like them just to hand the reins over, and at the same time they don't have the development timeline or cycle or basically teams that they could just say, hey, you guys are making the Persona dancing rhythm game on mobile, you have to update it with a new song at least every month. And I don't think that like they have the internal like kind of layout for that yet.
Yeah, I don't.
Even though that would be immensely popular.
Mm-hmm. There is a question here from somebody here, so I'm just gonna read that question here since they just posted it. Said, if SMT Fight had a female and male protagonist, how would they feel if they had separate storylines? How would you guys feel about that? Male and a female protagonist?
I'm super for it. I think my guess has been that is going to be the case, just because I can't think of any other reason why they would make the character so androgynous looking in terms of like literally you could just keep the same haircut and give them a male or female outfit, and that would make their life so much easier. Like, think about that, would cut down all the different lip syncing work, even if, assuming there is lip sync work in this game at all. But I think that would be really easy. Going to their other thing of if they have separate storylines, I'd say probably not just because that's probably asking a little bit too much, because the only real case we've seen of that from Atlas is P3P, but that was just because making a different story in a visual novel setting is a lot easier than a 3D RPG. So I would say yes, expect male or female choice. Don't expect the stories to be that much different outside of he, him, or she, her.
Yeah,
I hope they don't do it, because I don't think that that's something that most, like, I don't think that it's necessary in the terms of, unless they're going to write it into a way that's either there's no difference besides the gender, or they actually make it so that it does change things in an interesting way. I don't see the point, which I guess that's both of those are like the only reasons why you would do that, huh? Never mind, I rescind my comment.
I was like, you've answered your own statement, sir.
No, I will be okay with that. I will actually be totally forward with that. I don't know if that's something they're willing to do, because one, like Larrue mentioned earlier, people always want to make anything a canonical timeline manner, where if they do the female and male, they'll have to, oh well, which one's the canon version, and who is the actual main protagonist, and what timeline is this on, and what about the alternate timeline, and
the bullshit you have to deal with Fire Emblem games.
So like I don't even see Atlas wanting to even touch that well again after P3, because it's been an entire thing of like, okay, well, she's canon, she's not canon, and everybody just wants to know about it. I'm like, why don't you just play the games and not worry about that? But it's really something that the internet really wants to know: is she canon or not? And I don't see them even wanting to touch that and at all. Although I will be totally forward to it. I don't see any reason why we don't get female and male protagonists on any Persona or Shin Megami Tensei games, but I don't see them trying to do that. For just, again, it's just too much of a hassle to even go through. All right, so Shin Megami Tensei 5. Do you guys have any other things you guys want to mention into it, or anything you wanna talk about here?
I have a weird question I kind of want to ask you guys just before we kind of move off. Just, we were talking about the battle system in terms of things we sort of want to see. Is there like stuff that would be a really big turnoff for you guys, or things you'd be really kind of worried about them maybe implementing in terms of simplifying it for a new audience? Because this is obviously going to be their potentially widest audience they've ever hit, with the Switch already having over 60 million units and stuff, and especially for like a home console. Like, my thing is like, how do you think the reception would be if they try having like more simplified JRPG mechanics, or even like, God forbid, stuff like action battle mechanics similar to like, hey, hit the trigger at the right time, or like press and hold these if you want to do more damage, like stuff like that. Like that, things like that I really don't want to see, but I could see being implemented for like wider audience appeal.
I don't know, because you bring something interesting. Do you guys think there's also gonna be like wider, they have to appeal to a new audience kind of thing? You guys think a lot of changes will happen like that because of that reason, like difficulty settings, for example? I totally expect this game to actually have like multiple difficulties. Although some people will not like that, but I do expect this to be kind of like, oh, there's an easy gameplay or whatever. But I don't know if I want things like that to happen on the game. But I think it's very feasible that it's gonna happen, just because they have to do it in some kind of capacity. There's a lot of new people coming from Persona 5, or from playing other RPGs, and I'm gonna go looking into Shin Megami Tensei 5 with kind of like this lens of like, there's something new that needs to come into it, but I don't know if I'm okay with the changes, I think. What about you guys?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not necessarily worried about anything. I just, if they make it easier, that's fine, because I don't think that matters. Like, the difficulty of the games have never really mattered to me, because I think that most of the difficulty from Mega 10 games comes from learning the system, and once you know the system, it's pretty easy. I don't want them to do anything that's just a dumb gimmick kind of thing. like, oh yeah, just scream into the mic and then you do more damage.
or the coins that they did on Shin Megami Tensei 4. You know, the coin
Oh,
when
yeah,
you
the
die and you can revive with the coins or whatever. Was that was a feature, right?
Yeah, that was with the 3DS had the walking coins and stuff. RIP 3DS features.
Yeah,
I actually like that because it was like, hey, please go outside and actually bring your 3DS with you places. And I'm like, that's cool. That it encourages you to actually be outside, which I think everyone can agree being outside is great. And then, you know, it's a smart utilization of the systems. I think that Atlas is usually pretty good about using Nintendo's features well. Like,
can we get an F in the chat for anime conventions being the only place you were ever going to spot pass other Atlas games? Like that was the only chance you ever had of spot passing other Atlas games. Like especially for somebody like me who lives in like Midwest, it's like, dude, where are you ever gonna like find people having their 3DS in sleep mode also playing Devil Survivor?
Yeah, it was either that or the Nintendo store for me. I remember going there sometimes exclusively just to get coins and people on my spot pass.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever utilized the features too much on those ends. I don't really go outside too often too.
Come on.
Features. No, look. I was a very in kind of person. Now I go out. I've been starting to work out, and I go out all the time and everything. But when I was playing
don't lie. We all know your part-time job when you're not making YouTube videos or podcasts is you're just a Ghost of Tsushima photographer now. That's your part-time job.
Well, I've been busy lately, but no, but I've been trying to get more into going outside and doing things outside. I think you know, I work from home right now, so like all my time is inside my house. I'm literally in my house like 90% of the time, so I'm kind of like trying to cut back into that and just going out a little bit, getting some air and everything. So maybe back in the day, if I was doing that, would have been beneficial. But when I was playing Shin Megami Tensei 4, I was like, I had no coins. I was like, I'm never walking outside or doing anything. That wasn't me back then. I was like, I'm not getting any coins from that. I kept dying. I was like, man, I could use some of those coins. But what about any of those features? Does the Switch have anything like that? Will add additional cool features?
No, Nintendo has not added any. They basically stripped all of the Street Pass and other features out of it, and like, which is crazy because people thought that they were going to add them back in slowly over time, much like themes or RIP. So I think over 3.5 years since the Switch's launch, it's safe to say Nintendo's pretty much just in coasting mode.
Yeah, I think that content with what they have, although I don't know, this could be a whole podcast in and out of itself, but I really don't like the way they had treated the UI or the system itself for the Switch. I think it's really mediocre. Like, I'm glad that it's selling really well, and I really love my Switch, but I think in overall customization wise, there's like absolutely no support for it whatsoever. And I really want them to, because having some themes, for example, or maybe the shop could be a little use some work and everything, but I don't know, it's been pretty bare bones for me. Maybe they can do something. I don't know. I'm not a Nintendo hater. Somebody told me that I was like, no, I love my Nintendo. I just don't approve of the things that they say and do sometimes. Neither with Sony too, because Sony been screwing up too. So
Sony,
yeah.
I mean, like, did you guys? I was telling David, because I don't know if you guys know this, but there's been this ongoing censorship battle with anime games and Sony Japan. Have you guys?
I find it funny you think of it as a battle. It's more of like a war that they lost before it even
started.
Yeah. It's like if you hear like Japanese devs talk about it, they're like, yeah, like we really don't have any leg to stand on. The only chances that actually got through were games that got grandfathered in, like Captain Full Body. The only reason Captain Full Body didn't get censored or changed at all is because they had an exclusivity deal.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the worst things about Sony right now. Like, it's so bizarre because they used to be so blasé about it. What made them go, hey, this thing that we've been okay with for like decades, let's suddenly like clamp down on it and offend literally everyone.
Oh, you guys, wait, do you guys actually not, like, there is an actual reason. You guys don't know this?
No, I don't know that.
So, a little over 2.5 years ago, Sony moved their headquarters out of Japan into California. So now what used to be the central approval was getting approved by a bunch of like Japanese mindset and a more of an Asian mentality of like, oh well, yeah, you want Criminal Girls or Conception 2 to be on our system? Sure. Galgun, let's go ahead. Why not? Well, now it's getting going through of like, hey, whether you like have a more conservative or a liberal mindset, like there is no denying that the people who work at Sony in California are going to have a lot more stricter mindset in terms of stuff they'll let through, which has clearly shown over the past couple of years that unless that is a specific edge case or this is like something they view as like, okay, this is worth exception of it, stuff like visual novels or more lewd games, like it's straight up like this whole deal has basically killed what a normal Senran Kagura game has to be. Like they went from like very ecchi action beat 'em up games to now having to be on the Switch where you hold hands or play pinball. So they've really uprooted tons of franchises just because Sony transitioned from being headquartered in Asia to now a Western headquarters. Like all of Sony's executives are all based out of like Europe and now stuff too, with like Herman Holst is now the like main VP of all the first party studios.
Yeah, that's something to talk about in and of itself. I think Sony's transition to the West has been pretty interesting. I was just talking to David about it the other day because we were talking about how there's literally no RPGs for PlayStation 5.
Yep.
Well, not any
I mean,
exclusive right
Yakuza
now.
7,
Like obviously
if you
there
want
are
to
games
split
that are going to
Yeah, but Yakuza 7's coming out later on PS5, so
Yeah,
I mean, not
I
for the
think.
long
I mean, if
term,
you
but
compare it
if they
to how
want-
much Xbox has been put an effort into getting Japanese developers on the Xbox, because they know they need it. Because that's
Oh, they're
the thing.
still struggling with that.
They're struggling
they're
with it,
still
but at
struggling.
least you can see they're putting some effort into it.
Well, yeah, they got Dragon
Sony
Ball.
Japan is having the Japanese studios do random ass games instead of like do a proper game. That what is that bot blue? Like it's like a BR blue game. I don't know what the hell it is. It's like this BR bot game they did or whatever instead of doing like any actual good games. So I'm kind of like you have developers in Japan and they could easily do a good RPG. I don't know. That's my biggest gripe right now with Sony. There's literally nothing that I'm looking forward to from them in like the RPG side right now. That isn't third party. Like I don't know. I
I
think
mean, PS5 went, well, for PS4, it was a day one for me, and now this is just like, I'll wait for a sale. Because none of the launch games look like I have to buy the system for it. Like, I can wait on Miles Morales. I got no problem with that.
Mhm.
same.
Yeah, I can wait on that too. Like I am excited for it, and I think that the game is gonna turn out good because I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. But at the same time, I don't really see anything. I don't know if I'm saying this right, but I don't think the PlayStation 5 has been marketed as good as they could have. I think all of their marketing so far has been like, is Xbox gonna fuck up and we can just take the opportunity to market it that way like they did with the PS4?
It's honestly kind of what they're waiting for. They want the Xbox to fuck up.
Yeah, cause,
And like listed as $100 more expensive than the PS5.
yeah,
They're just playing a giant game of chicken, and they're waiting for like one person to just flinch, and then that's it.
yeah,
It's time to win.
because that's what they did
Honestly,
with the Xbox, right?
It's not as easy as it was for PS4 and Xbox
Yeah,
One.
yeah. I
'Cause
mean,
none of them are just like trying to shoot themselves in the foot like they did the last time.
It's just wild to me because if you look at those three big companies, Nintendo, Xbox, and Microsoft, or Nintendo. Wow,
the big
okay, I don't know what happened. Sony doesn't exist.
Microsoft is so big they get 2 slots.
But like those three companies, like they all like market to completely different people, in my opinion. Like I did a poll on my Twitter just because I was like, oh, cool. I wonder how many people here who are like Mega 10 fans, like what consoles they like, and it was pretty much like split, except Microsoft was very excluded, and I think that's because Microsoft has never been too kind to RPGs. But then, if you look at the kind of games that are exclusive to each console, it is like a completely different audience, in my opinion. So it's weird that they even care to try to challenge each other.
I mean, completely. Again, Microsoft has struggled so much trying to get a foothold in Japan. Like, you're better off owning an Xbox as a doorstop than as a console in Japan.
Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei 9, that failed Shin Megami Tensei game for the Xbox. Did you know that it went platinum in Japan? Despite
Fucking
no one
crazy.
buying it, that's how bad the sales were for Xbox in Japan. That it went platinum. It got a platinum re-release. The thing that's crazy to me though is what Sony should really do is they should be like Nintendo and just focus on like cultivating what they're good at instead of being like waiting for Xbox to like do something dumb and then making fun of it.
See, Larrue, the problem with that is Sony is now where they were at the PlayStation 2 at the end of the generation, where they are so unfathomably ahead in first place that they don't even need to worry about failure because they're like, okay, the PS5 is going to have to literally sell like less than 1 million units this year for them to view like what they've done as like anything of a failure. And until they actually start suffering, like look at all of their past exclusive like big advertised like crazy games, like even stuff like Last of Us and Ghost of Tsushima are just selling like absolute gangbusters. And at the end of the day, if their games that they're putting out and their systems keep selling, why do they need to cater to the minority? Even though back when they, like during the PS3 and the Vita era, the minority were what kept that system alive and kept that fan base vocal. So it's that thing that sucks of like when they're succeeding, it hurts the hardcore fans, and when they're winning, their hardcore fans feel like the most their hardcore fans feel like the most ignored.
Yeah, that's true. One of the things that I was really surprised about is I thought they were going to get a lot more backlash for releasing a version of the console that doesn't have disc support.
Oh,
Like to me, that's like the craziest thing that you could have announced, and it didn't really get as much negativity as it should have.
that hurts.
I
my
think that's the
fucking
worst
soul.
thing. Yeah, just saying it made me mad. Actually, I was like, ugh.
Call it the PS5 Go.
More like PS5 go away.
You know, but they had to do it because the Xbox. You know, Xbox is gonna do it too. So they had to do it in some kind of
Yeah,
capacity.
Sure. It's just, I don't want a discless future.
There was an Xbox One on digital only, and it flopped hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
that-
don't know what.
Should've.
I mean, they literally called it the sad edition.
Sad
I don't know what else you were expecting.
yeah, that history was Xbox Sad Edition. That was sad, and I don't know. I think they released that so late in the generation that that was not even a saving grace for anybody or anything. Like, whoever was already interested in an Xbox already had an Xbox at that point. Because the Xbox wasn't even that more expensive anymore, right? I mean, the consoles are not too expensive now, right?
Oh, I don't know.
No, not really.
I mean,
Like honestly, right now, I think PS4 Pro is probably the most expensive console out there because Series X is even being sold for like $300. But right now, this all goes back to like what we talked about originally, like buying any like if you go to a brick and mortar store or look online, all consoles are being like price gouged like crazy.
Oh yeah, and this is because of the current situation, but I mean the price has changed. So what do you guys think about like how much are you willing to pay for a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox One or an Xbox Series X? Like
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't hear you.
I said, how much are you willing to pay? Like, let's say that they announce the game that you want. Like, there's a game and you need to get this at launch. How much will be the most you would be willing to pay for a console?
Well, they did announce Demon's Souls Remaster, which is my favorite Souls game. So
So you are getting this.
But I've never been a day one console person except with the Vita. That's the only console I've ever bought day one, and
Me too.
it'll stay that way. To get me to like in the door, it would have to be under 500. Like anything over than that, I can wait.
Yeah, I think so too. What
Yeah, I was
about
gonna
you?
go like 350, 400 at most.
350 to 400. Okay. I think that's a more a reasonable price. I think 500 is really steep.
But I feel like they're gonna try to go hard because unless they're doing like what they did with I think what was it PS4 or PS3 where they sold it under the manufacturer cost.
Mm-hmm.
The only time Sony has ever sold a product under manufacturing was PS3, and that's just because they literally like they couldn't sell it for any more expensive without like alienating fans. Because like I remember people meme on $599 and even at that price they were still losing money on every PS3 because of the cell processor.
Yeah, that was a really interesting model that they tried to do. I'm really sad that they didn't do because supposedly the cell model is still something that even to this day would have been really successful if done correctly, but nobody even knew how to make games for it. Like I remember.
Yeah, and that all just goes back to arrogant Sony of like them just assuming, well, we're number one, so clearly the system will be number one, and once it's number one, then everyone's going to just have to learn how to develop well for it, as opposed to what ended up really happening is all of the Western developers said, well, fuck you, we'll make 360 games, and all the Japanese developers said, fuck you, we're sticking to PS2.
Yeah, that did happen. I mean, a lot of developers, including us, ended up releasing games on the PlayStation 2 instead of the PlayStation 3.
So shout out to anyone out there who was like me playing P4 at launch on a PS3. Like that was one of those weird moments of like my most hyped game to play on my PS3 that winter was a PS2 game that just came out.
You know what? I think I did that too. I didn't have a PlayStation 2 at that time. I think I had the PS3. The first one that came out that was backwards compatible, and then it died.
It dropped out like a lead balloon.
That died on me. It had the
stupid yellow light of death that happened for like every one of those.
Yeah, and you know what I ended up doing? I didn't send it back to the manufacturer's warranty. I found somebody online that taught me how to cook the motherboard on a cardboard box and a heat gun, and I literally just did that every month because it wouldn't solder all the way, and instead of actually opening it because I didn't want to deal with electronics or anything, I literally was just cooking the motherboard all the time. Eventually I fixed it and I sold it to GameStop.
So just to wrap up the like will you won't they, because I think I'm the only one who hasn't set it for PS5 price.
Yeah,
I'm pretty much already cemented as being like a pretty big Sony fan, even though I do criticize them a lot for obvious stuff they do. They've already sold me, like, similar to what we mentioned before, like, less so Miles Morales. I'm just because, like, I love Insomniac. I love that iteration of Spider-Man. It has at least one voice line confirmed of Yuri Lowenthal being in it, so as a stan of Yuri Lowenthal, I have to buy it. But also, like, the big one for me, and I know this is going to be there at launch, Demon's Souls remake is, like, I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Like, that game is just, like, so special, not only if you're an Atlas fan or a Dark Souls fan or even just a From fan. It's, like, that game is just so great, and if they literally add nothing in new and it's just as pretty as everything we've seen from it, I am so fine with that, because like just getting to experience that again in HD and hopefully with a more active online community, like that's all I need.
Cool.
It's a launch title?
Yeah.
That game has been in development for so long. It is not confirmed to be a launch title, but I think people are going to hear within the next month or two, because Sony is going to be talking about a lot more stuff from now until September, solidifying the launch title. And now that we know like stuff that everyone kind of assumed was going to be launch titles, like Horizon 2 or Ratchet and Clank, now that we know those are pushed back, it's like looking at the developer Bluepoint, like they're a very efficient developer and stuff for it, and they've been working on that game in quiet, like solitude for so much. Like, if that game isn't a launch title, I think that Sony is either really overly confident, because Miles Morales is a good, like, get everyone in there, but if they want like a hardcore, like people like me who are hardcore Souls fans to feel like they have to buy it, like if it was just Spider-Man, I'd be like, I can probably wait. But just because like something like this is like so crazy, like even if I don't play a Souls game right away, I always feel like I have to at least be able to play it right away.
Yeah, I see how you feel. What about you, David? Actually, I didn't hear your answer on this one.
Well, as we discussed previously, for me, I don't have any incentive to buy it day one, so it's hard to tell. But if I had the incentive, I had a game that I need day one, I'd say 400 would be the price for me.
400. How much would we have to sell to get you a PS5?
Oh, there's no RPG at this point, so I need RPG. So I think that I don't have.
I'll say this: if they're smart, they'll just slap a PS5 version of Dragon Quest XI, so I don't feel as stupid rebuying it again this fall. Hopefully, they can at least do that.
Yeah, well, that would be RPG support, but at this point, I played it last year when it came out for Switch, so.
Just think, I'm going to be that dumb guy who like had to justify buying Dragon Quest again for a second time on a more powerful system just so I could play the 2D version in English finally, because I didn't want to play it on Switch.
Yeah, well, I know that you're a performance guy, so that's understandable. And this
it's funny because I'm really not. it's like it's not even a like I'm not a visual fidelity or like FPS performance guy. For me, it's just kind of like that feel. Like there are games that like when I'm playing on them, I'm not playing Xenoblade Chronicles being like, oh god, I wish this was on a PS4. Like I'm like, oh, this is fine. Like it works great for it.
Yeah.
Like but like there are just certain situations of like playing something like super cinematic, like a Ghost of Tsushima. Even if that ran on a portable hardware, I'm like, dude, I gotta play this on like a big ass TV. Like this game is too beautiful not to like be sitting down in front of a TV.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Atlas games. That's why Atlas games are kind of weird because they straddle that line of looking either super low budge or super presentation like nice. So it's kind of weird in terms of how their games ride that line of like. That's why I always thought Atlas was hitting their stride when they were putting out games on the Vita because it was like it was graphically impressive for the time and it had the mixture of being portable friendly.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's say we look at a game like Nocturne, for example. This is a PS2 remaster, so for me, it's a no-brainer. I'll pick it up on Switch so I can play it portable. But was that you that you said you'll pick it up PS4 we can assume that it will look better and probably run better as well.
Yeah, no, for me that's in the case of I feel the Switch version there's a very plain reason they're probably not showing it, and also because I like my trophies, so that's why.
The trophies, okay, yeah. Well, I don't care about the trophies, so
good. You're not missing out anything. You're not gonna look at me with my 100+ platinums being like, I don't know, this guy might be enjoying games more than me. Trust me, you're fine.
So
I don't have the time to complete the platinums, unfortunately. So
no, I understand. I don't either. I think I only completed the Persona 5 Royal Platinum because of how easy it was. I wasn't even trying to when I finished the game, and I was like, oh, I got the Platinum too. It was just I just did what I wanted to do in the game, and I did the Platinum. I really would like to see some trophy support on the Switch. I know some people don't care for that, but I like that kind of stuff. I like to see accomplishments and stuff. I like that stuff. It makes me feel good. But yeah, I have no incentive of buying a Xbox at all. My PC runs games pretty good, and I don't feel like I have the need for an Xbox, especially with now all this Xbox Game Pass and all that kind of stuff that just makes it so easy to access games from them. That I don't really have any need for an Xbox at all. It really makes me wonder why people will actually buy an Xbox at this point.
That argument gets brought up a lot, but I think a big contention, and this also goes back to what we were talking about, I think before the show started, of how it's just really difficult to get a lot of equipment right now, is like the idea of telling someone, hey, if you want comparable graphics to an Xbox Series X, you're probably going to be spending close to $1,500 to $2,000 on a PC. Or just buy this maybe $500 box and consider yourself done with it. Will you be able to do less than a PC? Yes, but think about it. The majority of people out there would probably rather just buy a box where, like people like me, I am very PC savvy. I do zero PC gaming. I enjoy the ability of having my PC for work and having all of my systems just hooked up to the TV, ready to do that, and I never have to worry about the two worlds meshing.
Yeah, I mean, you do bring up a good point. It is a good point. I just particularly don't have any need for an Xbox at all.
Yeah, because you're in that camp of like, if you go through the effort of just getting yourself a good PC, you're right. The Xbox is irrelevant, but you have to think how many people are going to buy as nice of a computer as it takes to get graphics that look that well.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. It is a good point.
Because I think weren't you like asking about like buying a new graphics card or like waiting till later? And I was like, because I think I told you like on Facebook to wait up. Like, if you guys want to like cringe at prices right now, look at how much any comparable like to PS4 and PS5 graphics cards are on the market right now. They are like almost, I think, over like $1,000 to $2,000 just for the graphics card. They're like horrendously overpriced, and they're not even the most latest and greatest stuff that the new boxes this fall will have better and cheaper.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You do bring a good point. So I think we're gonna read some questions from Twitter here that people dropped here. Did you guys have anything to add to the conversation regarding PlayStation or Sony or Nintendo?
I don't, but can I ask one crazy random question?
Go for it.
If they were to add, I don't want the answer of who's likely to appear, but if they were to add a guest character in SMT 5, anyone, who would it be? Your preferred choice. It doesn't have to be likely.
I get asked this so much, and I like never feel like I have a good answer.
Righto, that's it.
Righto, that'd be.
Yeah, I just wanted to be more prevalent in, I guess, in terms of like I guess the consciousness of Atlas fans, because he's definitely been left by the wayside in the last decade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
I
sure.
think so too.
Great pick.
Oh shit, Old Man Dante, get the one from DMC 5.
Oh, that would be so cool. I will be totally on board with that if they did.
I mean, people would be down with it. He's already in DX2.
That was what I that was what I was about to say. He's the one from 5 in EX2, right?
Yep.
Not the old. Okay, yeah. Because I'm not playing that game, so I don't know. But I thought I saw him.
Yeah, I'll be.
And I am
Any
one
other
of like
picks?
3 DMC2 fans.
I want to hear who Larrue picks really bad.
Wait, picks for what? Sorry.
Picks
guest
for who a
characters
guest
for
character would be in
SMT5.
SMT5.
Anyone doesn't have to be likely.
I wouldn't want anyone, to be honest. My preference would be Zero, but if I was forced to pick someone, like really, really forced to pick someone, oh my god. I think the most obscure like fan servicey thing that they could do is have Nakajima somehow be referenced in the game or as a guest character, because that's interesting to me. Like that'd be something that would be a love letter, especially since it's so close to the 30th anniversary for SMT. I would like something like that, like a really deep cut fan service. If it had to be someone more popular, then I would say Flynn, because I don't like the idea of Demi-Fiend being like the most popular SMT protagonist because he's lame. Flynn is better. So,
That's a bold
I just make
statement.
a bunch of people mad. Flynn's better than Demi-Fiend. Get over it.
All right. I think I would like to see Raido again. I love the costumes that they have for the what is that? The uniform that he has. I love that. Whenever they did that as a DLC for Persona 5, I was like, yes, I love it so much. So that's the custom that I went for most of the playthrough. So that will be me. What about you, Spencer?
Mine's a weird one. I'm definitely in the same camp of Larrue where I don't want a guest character. I think clearly there were a lot of benefits to Dante getting added into Nocturne, but that has never been the series has never really been known for crossovers. Like people don't meme on the Durarara characters as much as they do with Dante. Like most people don't even remember Durarara was going to be in DS2 on 3DS. So if I had to, I'm going to kind of pick a weird one, and shout outs to anyone who really kind of even gets this. If they did a weird crossover of like one that I would really want to see, but I don't expect to ever happen, is crossover any character from the El Shaddai / Lost Child universe, or what would actually be kind of more advantageous and a little bit more make sense for a crossover is the development team who worked on Caligula is actually in the stages right now of making the sequel, and it should be releasing around the same time as SMT5. If they did a Caligula SMT5 crossover, I think those art styles would be really, really good for each other. And obviously, there are early like Persona 1 and 2 tie-ins to that with the writer and stuff, so I would just like that, mainly just because I'm one of the 10 fans out there who like Caligula, so that would be a cool one for me, especially because it would work as a crossover that wouldn't look dauntingly different from a visual art style, but would also be one that'd be I would hope fans would look at and go, oh, that's cool, let me look up this game.
Fair enough. That's fair enough point. I think that would be actually pretty cool if they did that. Outside of Shin Megami Tensei, I would like to see. I know people are kind of I've seen people mention this before, but man, what is her name? Bayonetta. The is that? Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about Bayonetta?
Yeah, Bayonetta. Because I would like to see that.
I could see that working too.
You know,
I think she'd fit.
I think it'll be cool to see that into it. It'll be a little bit different, but wasn't she on the app on the.
Yeah, she's in DX2 as well.
Yeah, so
her and Jean.
Yeah, so I would like to see that. That would be my non-Shin Megami Tensei character guest that I would like to see on.
Nice.
Because we're talking about guest characters, and I don't know why I like doing this so much on your podcast, would you like an exclusive bit of trivia for your podcast today?
Go for it, man.
So, Larrue, as you know, only the European version of Nocturne, aka Lucifer's Call, featured the now very, very famous meme logo of featuring Dante from Devil May Cry, right?
Yeah.
So, most people don't know this. The publisher who was behind that decision, Ghostlight Games, I actually have been reaching out to them because I've been trying to track down the person who made that logo. And I recently came across this fun fact of, until about a year ago, nobody at Ghostlight Games actually knew that was a meme. They didn't know that it was a big thing, and until about a month ago, the CEO didn't even know it was a thing. Because I got to the point of asking Ross, who's been on the SMTN podcast a couple times, who's their like big PR guy, and I was like, "Hey, to the best of your ability, can you try and help me like find out these people who would have been like in the art department who made the packaging logo?" And what was so funny is I found out that not only did all the people at Ghostlight have no idea how much of a meme they created was, is the best part of they all legitimately have no idea who would have made that. And like I've made it like my Nick Robinson journey to like, okay, I don't care how much stupid digging I'm gonna have to do, it's gonna be my life goal to find whatever random art person made this logo, because you know that they have no idea how big of a deal it is now, and they're probably like, oh yeah, well yeah, I mean, duh, Devil May Cry is really popular, so let's just put that on the box over here. But like how much that blew up over here, because like you look at more recent examples like Funky Mode, like I'm sure someone at Nintendo knows how much of a stupid meme that is, and they probably did that on purpose. That's why the reverse cover art is just Funky Mode. But like that like specific SMT meme is such a, it's like, because it was only in one region, it's like one of those things of like, it's like it shouldn't even be as popular as it is, but I love how big it is, and yet no one behind it has any idea why it even got that big.
Interesting. I didn't know that at all. So that'll be interesting. Alrighty. So I'm gonna read a couple of questions. Did you guys have any other questions that you want to ask each other, or anything particularly that you want to mention?
What's everyone's favorite color here?
Green.
Blue.
I always give that one.
Mine's red. I was going to ask what Lover's breakfast is.
You wanted to ask me what my breakfast is going to be? It's always the same.
You haven't eaten
yet. 3
yet.
eggs, cheese, spinach, and chicken sausage.
Okay, important question then. What type of egg and what type of cheese?
I always use a Mexican blend, so like whatever is considered a Mexican blend at Trader Joe's, and
you mean Trader, like Senor Joe's or whatever they used to call it.
Senor Joe's. And then I buy the gigantic Costco like 48 count eggs, because I eat so many eggs in a week.
Yeah, I go through eggs pretty fast too.
I just got, because like those like come on like trays, right? Like I just got one of those like for the first time. Like my soon to be like aunt-in-law, I guess, she was in town and just said, "Oh, I've got some eggs. Come pick it up," because they know we like eggs here. And we just moved in, so our fridge is basically empty. It has like a thing of Lactaid, some cabbage, and just like the entire bottom is like 50 something eggs on a tray. And I'm like, okay, well, wow. I guess my life now is dedicated to eating these eggs.
That is a lot of eggs.
Eggs are good.
Eggs are good.
Eggs are super good.
Yeah, they're really good. So I'm gonna read some questions from the Twitter. Oh, damn it, I can't say it. From Twitter.
From Twitter.
And then we have some questions on the chat too that people have been posting there. So we're gonna go one on one. All right. If I can pull up my Twitter, I'm like getting. Okay, so first question comes from Ozzy. Ozzy, thank you so much for posting the question there. He was going to be in the podcast, but he had other things going on, so maybe next time. So his question is, what part of SMT 5 excites you all the most? All right, Larrue?
What part of SMT 5 excites me the most? Just the fact that it's new.
Yeah.
I like it whenever there's like just a new IP. Like Persona 5 has done really good with its spinoffs, in my opinion. They've all been pretty good, even though I don't really like the rhythm game as much because because of the mixes. But I like it whenever they do something new, and the fact that this is just a new game and the protagonist is actually really nicely designed, in my opinion. I'm excited for just the new.
Yeah. That's a good answer. I think I totally agree with that. I think I'll, at this point, almost have like a Persona 5 fatigue. I don't know if you guys can even agree with that, but I'm just like almost like tired of Persona 5 at this point. And I love the game, and I love the characters, I love what they did, all the spin-offs and everything, but I'm kind of like, I'm ready for something new from Atlas. I'm really ready for whatever is next. You know, I'm ready for Nocturne, I'm ready for SMT 5 or Re Fantasy and all this new stuff, but I just want new stuff, and that's how I feel about that. David, what about you? What excites you about SMT5?
I'm excited to hear anything about the story. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. The story and the music as well.
Oh, David, you stole my answer. I was like, no one said it. I'm gonna mention the music. It was so cool.
Sorry, mate. But the story, man, the story is something that I look forward to every single time for SMT games.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that is worth looking into and look forward to. Skull, did you give your answer already?
Oh, I just love the fact that it exists. That it's been so long, and we have concrete evidence outside of like an Unreal Engine shot of a bunch of demons.
Right.
That's really it for me. That's all I need. I'm fed for the next 3 years.
I'm glad that it's not canceled. The whole meme of Persona.
That was something that I saw a while ago. I think it was like a week or two ago, where the narrative was being painted that SMT fans were incredibly patient about the development, and then I remember that, oh yeah, wasn't it also where people were emailing Atlas asking if the game was canceled because they were getting so impatient?
I kept seeing videos about it too. In fact, I made a video about how it was not canceled, and people were like, no, the game is canceled. I was like, I just told you why it's not canceled. Did you watch my video or what?
I got one, I think 2 days ago, where somebody was just adamantly angry at me because I still believe that Scramble was coming to the West.
Oh, I had to.
Like, the whole gimmick account was just, Scramble is dead, it's a Japan-only game, it's never happening, and you're stupid for believing it.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, some people can be very overly pessimistic.
Yeah, I mean that it is what it is. That's how people are sometimes. It does happen. People get really pessimistic about games and stuff.
Oh, but it's definitely happening.
But it's happening.
It's really nothing to worry about.
All right, Spencer. Since music is being mentioned, do you have anything besides music that you're looking forward to?
I'm excited for, and I'm surprised Larrue didn't pick this one. I'm sure myriad of new merchandises and special editions they'll make for this game. Like, at the very least, like, I'm sure like having all the crazy new like merchandise, art books, and stuff like that will be like really, really cool to see.
See, I was gonna pick that, but then I remembered SMT4 basically had pins, keychains, and 3DS skins. They had a 3DS, which I really like. That 3DS is by far the best limited edition 3DS. So maybe if they release a Switch that's SMT5 themed, that would be amazing. And that would be the thing. I would buy like 2 copies of it, maybe 3.
That'd be pretty cool if they did.
I can see that happening.
Yeah. I'll be open.
Especially if Nintendo's pouring a lot of money into this project.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely not pouring money into the games in 2020, so they got to put it somewhere.
Oh man, taking shots. We took a lot of shots at Nintendo today. All right, so we're gonna go from one question from the chat here, and oh man, let's happy together. You removed your question. So next question is, what demons are you sexually attracted to? Let's just say, what demons do you like?
Wicker Man.
Besides Mara, of course.
Wicker Man.
You want to go Wicker Man?
All right, David, are you attracted to any demons in Shin Megami Tensei?
No.
No.
I've never heard a more serious and correct answer in my entire life.
Sorry to disappoint. No.
What about you, Larrue? Is there any demons you like?
No, I mean, if you guys have seen my art, I basically just like cute demons, so that's why I always draw everything in a cutesy way. So I don't think about demons that way. I'm sorry.
Larrue, what you should have done is you should have said my OC are the ones I'm most attracted to, because they're all based off avatars for you.
All my profile pictures, the Black Frost. Yeah,
exactly.
That's the one.
Yeah, I'm not into 2D characters. I'm sorry.
I mean, I figure Succubus is a safe answer.
Succubus is always a safe answer. Yeah. Oh man, we're like the worst people to be asked this question apparently. All right, so we're gonna go. Do you guys had any other questions while I pull up the questions here? Because I'm trying to navigate to Twitter on my computer. Guys, Twitter on the computer is so different. Why is it so different? Okay, what type of DLC do you want to see for SMT 5? None. That is my answer.
None. I'll also go with none.
What about you, Larrue?
None's an impossible answer.
DLC just has to be things that aren't integral to the plot. As long as it's just cosmetic or superficial or difficulty oriented, like just DLC that makes it so you get Maka easily or recruit demons easily, things like that are okay. Literally anything else, no.
Yeah, I go with like costumes and baby mode, and that's it.
I think that's a good answer. That's a good reasonable answer. But
The thing is, if that's the type of DLC that they do, you have the option of just not caring about it and just not buying it. But if it's DLC where you have story content, well, we need to buy it, so it sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Like buying the Ancient of Days DLC was one of my most frustrated like moments because I'm like, dude, I hate DLC, but I need to know what happens.
Exactly.
yeah, so yeah, that's how we see about that. What about you, Spencer? Did you give your answer at the same time as I did?
Oh, I copied yours. I'm just like, yeah, if I have the ability to will it out of existence, I'll say no. But also at the same time, the world needs to know I am the kind of person who will I'd be the first one to buy all of the deals.
You know,
That's why whatever the opposite of pride is, that's what I was when I was the first person to buy all of the P5R DLC when it went live on the PSN store. Not so I could tell people what to do, but so I could be an example or maybe like a martyr and be like, people, don't be like me. I bought this to show you so no one else do it.
I only bought the one that people did bought it on the stream. I had people bought on the stream if there was any DLC they wanted me to get, and that's what I got. But for other purposes, I flat out refused to buy DLC. I was like, I'm supporting you, Atlas. I already bought the collector's edition twice. I don't need to give you more money.
Ooh, here's a good question. What do you guys hate more? DLC or Aniplex USA pricing?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, that's just a fucking meme.
Yeah.
Like that's a complete meme.
I'd rather buy DLC that's overpriced than a Blu-ray box set that's overpriced any day.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
at
at Aniplex was looking at that Blu-ray box price and said, "Yes, this is a $300 value without a doubt."
Of course not.
Like they just want to get collectors, and I don't know what else because it's not even like an amazing anime, to be honest. Like I wouldn't do that for like all of Trigun, let alone like this honestly mediocre anime.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, definitely. And the fact that they announced this in such a weird time too is that so bizarre. We had like this. The anime has been out for a while now, and there's absolutely no hype for the anime, and they just suddenly dropped this.
I mean, some people are just hyped for the dub. They want to hear Max Middleman say "Ren Ren," and that's about it.
Guys, what if in the promo, like you know how sometimes anime like DVD box sets will have like little promo slips in the inserts? What if like Scramble is such a hot mess that there's a Scramble promo slip in that box set before it's even announced of like coming October 25th, 2020, Persona 5 Scramble, and just everyone's like, come the fuck on, man, please.
They just put the download code in the box set.
Why do you think it was $300? We got the whole game in there. That's one of the Blu-rays. Come on, man.
Oh man, that would be crazy if they actually did that. I will not be surprised.
Actually, be like I think the quality, and I think a lot of people agree that I think the quality of Atlas West collector's editions have definitely gone down. Like they've been slowly getting a little bit better, but their like quality has definitely gone down a lot more. I'll say this: I'll take their quality and pricing over any collector's edition Amniplex does. Like think like Amniplex, the most they're doing for a $300. I think the most they're doing for a $300 box set is 2 black Blu-ray boxes, like that are just plastic ass basic Blu-ray boxes.
That is really lazy. That is as lazy as you can get in that aspect. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can approve of that. When I
at least
talked
give it
about
to Atlas West. I want to buy their box sets. I do not want to buy Anaplexes at all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll give you that because I've been buying those collector's edition. Although I do want to complain, I want to make this very. I've been vocal about this, but I want to mention this. I hated the Persona 4 dancing, Persona 5. And, no, sorry, not Persona 4 dancing. Persona 5 and Persona 3 dancing collector's edition set. That was the laziest and shittiest collector's edition I bought from Atlas.
It was only good when it had the pricing error of $60.
I would like to give the shout out though to if anyone here has ever used the Japanese and American Persona 4 Dancing CE, the box that they use in the Western one for that is really shitty and flimsy. Like the one they use in Japan is really nice, thick holographic cardboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally mine came already damaged because it was it's so thin of a cardboard. I think that what happened is at some point Alice has just started doing the most low budget versions of collector's editions. I don't think we even get actual thing. What's the name of that metal case company? That's
Steelbook.
Yeah, we don't even get steelbooks anymore. Look at the Catherine steelbook. It's not a steelbook. Its binding doesn't the spine doesn't have the name of the game on it. So when I have it in my display, it's the worst looking thing in my
Don't
shelf.
even remind me.
It's just some metal pink thing.
My ex-girlfriend stepped on my Catherine box, and that thing just completely.
That was actually on purpose. It wasn't even an accident. She was sending a message.
Oh, man.
Love is over.
I'm sorry, I'm like dying here.
Yo, like, take a moment, guys. Legit, the old original Catherine CE just straight up came in a ghetto-ass cardboard pizza box sticker, and that had better box quality than the new Catherine one.
Oh, man. That is very sad. Yeah, no.
I have to say, I'll still buy it anyway.
Yeah, we're all
that's the worst part.
We're all part of the
we
problem.
complain...
Nothing of us saying any of our complaints would actually stop us from buying a CE because we're all big brain people, and we all know that even though none of us wanted the Persona Q2 Collector's Edition, we all knew that a year from now it's going to go for like 150 to 200 on eBay, and we'd rather buy it at MSRP.
I just want a Koromaru. I want
a Koromaru.
Yeah, that's actually what made me buy it too.
Yeah,
that's all I need.
I will forever be glad to have been on the Atlas Press email that day when they sent me the beta Koromaru plush. I was so ready to send that out to people and be like, look at this monstrosity we almost got. There's like a beta design out there. I think I know I've for sure sent it to you before, Larrue, but it's like they didn't have the final plush design like authorized, and so it's just like a 2D characterized like what if sample version.
Yes, I've
went out to
that.
all the like press for it. That thing is a monstrosity that I need to put out there one of these days.
Wow.
You know what? I'm just gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna tweet that with no context that Koromaru thing and see if anyone has anything to say about it.
Oh man, please do.
Yeah, one day.
All right, but yeah, we all complain about the collector's editions, but we all buy them. At least I have them all since Persona 4. Dropping so much money on these collector's editions at this point, but I don't regret it. I love them. I love them and I hate them at the same time, I guess. All right, so we'll do another question here. If I can navigate through Twitter one more time, and did I read from Twitter or yeah, that was from Twitter, I think. Let's see. Favorite game on each current console? David?
Okay.
That's a rough one, right? Yeah.
PS4 Yakuza 0.
Whoa!
That was fast.
Switch.
I thought I was gonna have a deep cut, but that's crazy.
I don't care. All in. Switch. I had to say. I'm looking at the shelves. Sorry for the sound, but either Xenoblade or Xenoblade's a port, but Xenoblade or Zelda. And Xbox, I don't really care, so I don't have anything to say. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have anything on Xbox.
Wow. Okay. What about you, Larrue? What you got? Since you got some deep cuts, you said.
So you said like favorite game on least favorite console? Is that what it is?
No. Favorite game on each current console.
Each console. Okay. So for Switch right now, it's nothing.
Nothing. Oh.
Yeah. Like I almost was excited for some games, and then stuff would happen. So for instance, I was really excited for Crystal Chronicles to come out because I love that game so much. But they're not gonna have local co-op, so it's like that was one of my main reasons for loving the game. And I can't do local co-op. I can't play with my girlfriend on the same console. That's dumb. So no. So for right now, it's nothing. For PS4, that's kind of tricky because I loved Catherine, but I didn't like the Rin content.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's I didn't want to say it, but I don't like Rin.
Spoiler alert.
And then, for Xbox, that's also tricky because I don't really like anything that's like Xbox exclusive. So I'm gonna say like the Yakuza ports.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
All right,
And then
that was an
PC
easy
Master
one.
Race, everything's better.
What about you, Spencer?
All right, so let's see. Current stuff. I'm gonna say for Xbox. This is kind of old, but I still classify it as exclusive. I really, really loved Quantum Break. That was the game Remedy did before they did Control. For PC, I'm going to say just skip, just because anything I would like on PC is on other platforms.
Yeah.
PS4, I guess I'm going to go give it to Final Fantasy VII Remake, and for Vita, I think I'd probably give it to. I'm trying to think of specifically a 2020 game that like really jived my gears or whatever this year. I know this one I technically got in 2020, even though it didn't really come out. I'm super late to the train, but the physical finally I got in my hands this year. Papers, Please. Man, that is a really cool, different experience for a game.
It is a
and
fun
you could
game.
not do that on. Yeah, you could not do that game on anything that involves a controller because, boy, that would just be a hot mess. But I'm really glad I have that game.
That's cool. That's cool. Skull, what about you? What you got?
I mean, I don't know what I could say about Xbox because I haven't owned one at all this gen, so I guess I'll cop out and say, yeah, the first 3 Yakuza games.
Wait, they're not even on there. Three's not even on there. It's only
0, 1, and 2, or 0 Kiwami and Kiwami
Okay.
2. Yeah, it counts. It counts.
It counts.
For PS4, I guess I had a lot of fun with Sakura Wars. I guess I'll go for that because I think that's the closest they've ever gotten to just making a playable anime.
Skull, the check just cleared. You're
I'm one of like 6 people that really is shilling the new Sakura Wars.
Really?
It's like it's the weirdest thing to criticize. It's like as a game, it's more than perfectly fine. As a Sakura Wars revival, it's pretty bad.
I mean, yeah, they completely changed gameplay type, and that's why I'm kind of glad that they're looking to port Sakura Wars 1 through 5, because I think people would rather have the RPG aspect, and aside from the hack and slash, because that shit is basic as fuck. And for Switch, I guess Dragon Quest. I'll give it to Dragon Quest.
Cool. That's awesome.
Because the 2020 games this year, I just haven't played. They're in my backlog.
Yeah.
But I have Deadly Premonition 2, like up next, pretty much.
Oh, I didn't say Switch. For Switch, I'm only going to give the bump to TMS just because I haven't beat Xenoblade, but I'm assuming Xenoblade could probably beat it, but TMS is definitely my Switch goatee this year.
All right. So it's my turn. Let's see. We're gonna go with Switch because I literally grabbed all my Switch games to kind of browse through them, be like, which one? So what I do, guys, is when I finish a game and I don't like it, I sell it. I don't keep it if it's not a game that I'm not going to replay. There's no reason for me to do that. And so looking at all my stack here, I think at the very top I have Xenoblade Chronicles. I actually never played Xenoblade Chronicles until this version. The Switch was my first time of playing this game, and I absolutely loved it. I want to play the other one, the second one, which I heard is a little bit different, but I love the first one. I enjoyed this game a lot. PS4, oh man, that's a little bit harder for me. I will say it's probably gonna be God of War, but I think there's like a nostalgia factor to it from the older games to when I play this one and everything. But it's probably gonna be God of War. And then man, PC is hard. You know what? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna give it to Persona 4 Golden.
Good. I like that choice.
Yeah, that'll be the one I go with.
So that's it. I don't have an Xbox. I own an Xbox at some point, but I don't have any particularly game that I was kind of like, oh my god, this is such a good game for the Xbox. So I don't have anything on Xbox in that sense. Um, yeah, I think that's it. I have a Vita, but I don't think I played any games that released this year on the Vita. So yeah, that's all I got on that end. Let's
Just
see.
like how Spencer made the Vita a current gen console.
Yeah, he
It's still
did.
got games, man. It's
His
still real
games
to
are still
me.
coming out, I guess. So,
Yeah,
wait,
I love.
what about the 3DS? Is it
He
3DS
just
still
snuck
out
it
there?
in there, and everybody was cool with it.
What about the
Who was
3DS
surprised?
though? Is it 3DS canceled already?
3DS, you got one game this year, and it just came out on Friday. So, I mean, if you
Wait.
want to pick the Atui collection, go for it. Otherwise,
Oh
I'm going to
yeah,
say
I forgot that was coming out.
Wow. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to include the 3DS then. No, we're going that rabbit hole. We're not going that way. All right. So let's see. Next question here. What old school SMT game do you think should get a port? That's actually a pretty good question, Robert.
The Raidu games.
Yeah,
Okay, Raider games. Okay.
yeah, we said that earlier.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Anything besides that?
For me, I would say Digital Devil Saga, or even though it's not really Megaten, Makin X specifically, not Shao. If those got ported, I would like that. I mean, I know I'm like probably the minority because I love that game, but yes, port those games, please.
Cool.
I finally got some good Mocking time in this year. You are not in the minority. Like, that game actually, OG surprisingly holds up, and I wouldn't be surprised, like, if they did port it, I think it would actually technically not be asking that much to have a toggle to go from first person to third person.
That'd be nice. Because the thing I didn't like about Makin Shao is they made changes to make it a little easier, even though it was not a hard game to begin with, and they rebalanced the brain jacks to be a little more fair because now you can't just cheese it with what's his name, or what's her name, the fan person.
I have no idea. I haven't played that game.
It's fine.
One of the rare cases of a Atlas game published by Sega before the buyout.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, that was published by Sega in at least America. I know by Sega because that was that was in the era where no one would like, even Western companies already gave up hope in terms of publishing Dreamcast games, so Sega had to publish a lot of stuff third party by themselves.
Interesting. Oh, well,
they did a couple of the greats for Alice too, which I like. Let's not forget that because of Sega and Alice, that's the whole reason why the whole print club community exists, because they created it, and that was their partnership and Sojina's first project.
Interesting. All right, so I think we don't answer the question at this point. No, nobody has answered the question, right? Other than Larrue. No, David did too. What about you, Skull?
I got nothing. I'm good.
So you don't want any particular SMT game?
I mean, other than the one I already said of the Raito games.
You
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
okay,
because
you agree with him.
we had
Yeah.
discussed this like right at the top of the podcast.
Oh, you did, yeah. What about you?
Yeah, because those are just crazy expensive, and they're also pretty good games.
Right. No, I mean, it totally makes sense, and I want those two as well. What about you, Spencer? Because this is a port, not
I
a
gotta
remaster.
go with the easy one for me. I'm just like, give us 9. 9 is just the one weird edge case that has never gotten a release and has had the least reasonings to not get one.
All right. I think I've seen gameplay of 9, but I don't think I've seen more other than.
There's not a lot. There's not much out there online. Like, obviously, like, the game is out there and stuff for it, but like the community for it is pretty small. Of like, it just didn't really get that like edge following of like, there were Japanese exclusive Xbox games, like whether it be like Metal Wolf Chaos or Jet Set Radio Future, like these Xbox exclusive like games from big Japanese publishers, like had cult followings. But I think adding already exclusive niche Japanese only title to an SMT title in the early 2000s was pretty much a recipe for it being like a cult classic. For like, I don't even say calling it a cult classic is probably giving it too much praise. It's just a really obscure ass game.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I want to say if we can get a physical release, I would like to get a port of SMT 1 and 2. Because
Oh, nice.
I have not been able to find a copy that I can play.
So just curious, because there are about like 9,000 freaking versions. Which one would you want out of curiosity? For me, I've always wanted like the Omega compilation, where like you can kind of toggle on and off all the different versions or the soundtracks. But is there like one specific version you want?
No, I just think there's a lot of new people into the SMT sphere that would like to play the games, and I feel like the best way to do it will be if they do like a combo with both of them, SMT 1 and 2, and they sell it physically so collectors can get it and stuff. That will be my thing. Like I wanna collect them. But I also want other people to. I want other people to be able to play the games and actually get acquaintance with the older games and stuff. Because I think most people at this point are more acquainted with anything post Nocturne. But the thing that they don't realize is there is a ton of games from Majin Tensei and Megami Tensei even before Shin Megami Tensei started. So there's like all these games that people don't even know about, and I wish that they will like port them or release them in some kind
English Devil Story, please.
Yeah, that would be cool. Especially with now that we're getting all these Japanese releases for some of these games, and I'm like, what about us? What are we getting?
You get butt kiss. That's all you get. You
get used to it by now.
So that would be cool. That would be my thing there. If we get something like that, I'll be happy. Let's see. Next question. We have favorite and least favorite demons / personas. Does anybody want to start?
To go right away, it's hard on the top of my head.
I'll go first just to give you guys a bit of a breather for favorite, and this is just a weird like. I don't know, just because like the character is also so niche, I always hold a special place in my heart. I really love the design and just everything really around Tsukiyomi. I really like him. For least favorite, probably I'm trying to think of one that would like not just be me picking it just because I don't really like it very much. I've never been crazy about like any design for Imp. I've always thought they're pretty just like kind of whatever, but they're also one of those demons that you just see so often. That's kind of like their like point. I've always felt is like they sort of look so just sort of generic-y, whatever. That's why you'd see like a million of them. But that probably is like one of the ones that stands out to me in terms of like least favorite. But I don't have, at least that comes off the top of my head. I don't have one that sticks out of like insultingly bad. Like there's not one that I'm like, oh my god, I hate this.
Yeah, I see that. What about is there any other personas that you'll say outside of demons that are your favorites, or like any other ones, or not really?
I mean, I have a lot that like counts for it. Like, I guess he now counts as a persona, but I've always had a soft spot, mainly from his mythological origins, but especially seeing him recently. Adam Cadmon, I've always really liked.
Oh hell yeah!
He's a really big shout out. So seeing him in 2020 was a big highlight for me in terms of like I guess less obscure ones. Which it's funny to think a demon that's only ever made an appearance in SMT 9 is now Adam Cadmon is probably more popular than Tsukiyomi, which is a persona from a fighting game spinoff sequel.
Yeah, so pretty cool stuff. I'm gonna go last. Larrue, do you have favorite or least favorite persona / demon?
My least favorite. So this is gonna probably be another one of those hot takes, but I hate all the demons.
You can't say your own take is a hot take. You have to let us tell you it's a hot take.
Well, because I know that it's not popular opinion. I dislike every single Sojima persona design. Every single one of them is awful except Kanji's. Kanji's is the only one I like. Everyone else can just not exist. There's a weird sameness to them. I don't like to be fair, Kaneko's designs are also kind of too much too for personas, but for some reason Tsujima's are just so distracting to me. They feel so out of place compared to the demons that I don't like it. If it's just not good in my opinion, and I've always disliked them all except Kanji's.
What's an interesting take?
Like I don't know if you guys agree with this. I think not every, because there are a few edge cases, most second evolutions are terrible and don't work as
100% agreed. I don't
what
even,
they
I
think
don't
they
even
are.
need to think about it. I
I kind of liked I kind of liked some of their second evolutions. It's usually the third ones that I go back and be like, oh yeah, this is why I don't like these.
See, Royal at least got away with it, whereas P5's second evolutions were so bad. And I think that's why they had to knock him out of the park with 5R. Of like, that's where, okay, all the second evolutions were so bad, so let's actually make ones that made sense. Because like you would have second evolutions in P5 that would be like, who thought about this? And then now they're like, okay, well let's make ones that make more.
Actually, I have to addend mine a little bit. I do like Skull's evolutions a lot because he's the best Phantom Thief. So like his evolutions by virtue of him being so good.
First and third is great. The monkey's stupid. Like, I get why he's like an option, but like I hate like going from Captain Kid to that. Like, it's like
It's
get
jarring,
it, but like
sure.
aesthetically, it does not work.
Yeah, that's fair. For favorite like demons, Bugaboo has always been my favorite by far, and Black Frost is up there, but Bugaboo from Strange Journey is my favorite demon. I was actually like very, very upset when they re-released Strange Journey as Strange Journey Redux, and they didn't do like a plush or a figure for Bugaboo because he's like one of the only, like he's exclusive to that game. He doesn't appear in any other game in that form. So not getting merch for him besides one like acrylic keychain that you had to buy in a set like was kind of annoying. For like favorite Persona, like I said, I don't really care for any of the Persona designs. So I guess I would say like Captain Kid was my favorite because yeah, Skull's the best Phantom Thief. Everyone else is not good. Sorry.
Fair enough. David, did you already go on this one?
Well, favorite, I really do like Shiva. I think she's the design's super cool. But the worst or one that I don't really like on the top of my head, I don't really know honestly. I think most of them are pretty cool, so I don't have a pick. Boring answer. Sorry.
Weird question. Just because you mentioned this, can we all just like agree? Unless there's some crazy representation I'm totally forgetting about. I feel like Shiva just looks awesome in like every game she's in. Like Shiva's just such a cool character and has so many awesome potential designs.
Yeah,
For sure.
Well, remember Shiva's a male, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, I think in general Shiva's cool.
fair enough. It's a cool design. I like the design too. Skull, did you go?
I did not.
Go ahead.
I don't really have any like least favorite. I have like fucking annoying ones, but that always just depends on the game. In terms of design wise, I like Jack Frost a lot. I think that should just be an Atlas company wide mascot instead of just representing SMT. And I guess in terms of gameplay, I've always been partial to Asterius, both in Arena Ultimax and 5 Royal.
That's awesome.
Because just design wise, he's fucking awesome, and then also that he has some of the best fire moves in the game.
Cool.
That's it.
At least for a public apology, my gendering reason for Shiva is 99.9% based off Final Fantasy. I will use that as my.
No, I get it. I knew it because that's how I first was introduced to Shiva. I was like, oh, Shiva, she's so beautiful. And then with SMT, I started to actually research demons and stuff, and I'm like, wow, I am so ignorant.
Well, we all learned something new today. So I have actually picks for both personas and demons. So I agree with Larrue on the persona side. Like the personas, what I like about them, I like the design itself, but I don't think it contrasts well with the demons. But I do like the designs themselves. I just don't feel like they contrast. It's like a completely weird contrast between both of them, because the designs are like strikingly very different from each other. My favorite persona is Thanatos from Persona 3. I just love how badass he looks. I think he looks really badass. My least favorite, and it's because I love Lovecraftian mythology and stuff, and I just hated how they did Necronomicon. I'm sorry.
It definitely felt like baby's first like Cthulian like design choice. It definitely wasn't like you could tell there was like a big like hardcore fan like behind that design choice. It was like, I guess we should kind of give something Lovecraftian.
Yeah, it's like I was like, man, I kind of it makes sense that Futaba gets the persona, but I just hate the design. I'm like, man, they just could have done something much better, and I feel like they did it because of that tentacle scene that they do whenever she first summons it, and I was like, that was literally the only point of this personage, isn't it? That's how I felt about it.
I'll say that I actually like that design, but not for Necrocom. I'm not gonna say the name.
Necronomicon.
Yeah, but I like the design, and I think that the only reason why they added it is just because Persona is so tied to H.P. Lovecraft. Like even Persona 2 has most of its plot revolves around it. So I think it's kind of like a fun nod to like old fans to be like, oh yeah, like that's a H.P. Lovecraft thing, you know?
I still think a majority of Persona 5 are just different nods to different parts of Persona.
Yeah, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. It was a really fun love letter because when you're really in deep, you can be like, oh snap, that's from this. Like, oh, that's a reference to that.
But
cool.
It's just like they repackaged it in a way where it looks wholly unique, but it's just a tribute to previous Persona games.
Yeah.
Koro, I actually, since you're more into Lovecraft than I thought, and I was just thinking, oh shit, did you ever play Codename Steam for 3DS? Yeah, because I'm just thinking, oh yeah, Randolph Carter's in that game.
I have not played that game.
Oh yeah, you probably should. Like it's.
I don't know, man. That's a weird game to just recommend to somebody like it's a universally.
Well, I mean, it's another depiction of Lovecraft that I can think of in a recent video game.
Oh,
the party members is literally Randolph Carter.
That game has such a choice for an art style.
It's so fucking weird, but I love it.
Interesting. Okay, it's interesting.
I remember when that E3 Idea System, Intelligent Systems announced that game, and I just kept thinking to myself, no, they clearly opened up a branch filled with a bunch of slow to mentally challenged interns, and they made this game. But nope, that was just straight up Intelligent Systems, and I just went, okay, this is the hill you guys are gonna die on. Okay, congratulations for making one of the most
so over the top and stupid, goofy, and I'm really glad that within maybe a month they patched those long ass enemy turns where the camera wouldn't focus on the enemy at all.
If Fire Emblem fans think TMS had some interesting artistic choices, I highly recommend people looking up the Fire Emblem characters from the Amiibo in Codename Steam. Those are some cursed materials.
I mean, it's still crazy, stupid, weird that it's all just interpretations of Western characters from novels from the 1800s, and they're all fucking bizarre.
Come on, Mark Twain, let's do this RPG battle together. You
I think, yeah.
Let's go to the gym after this.
It was like Huck Finn played the Scout, and it was voiced by the same kid who did Finn from Adventure Time. It was super fucking bizarre. Oh my God. And the main character is voiced by Adam Baldwin anyway. But we're getting way off topic. But
way off
just in case if you knew about another depiction of H.P. Lovecraft outside of Persona.
Okay, I'll have to check it out. I've seen a lot of things, but I've not heard of that game, so I'm gonna have to check it out at some point. Going back to topic, my least favorite looking demon is Satan. The regular design that they have, so Satan.
Whoa!
Hey! Look, I just don't like the design. It's cool. It's cool. It's a good design. I just don't like it. That's
clearly we got
out my Satan figure right now.
You're like, whoa.
Clearly we have a couple of Satan lovers.
Have you heard of
I'm
a Savior?
I'm a big Satan fan. You might call me a Satanist.
It's cool. I just don't like the design. The main design. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My favorite, obviously, I think. Is the Jack Frost. Well, I love all the Jacks, but particularly Jack Frost I just love the design. So cute. And I should like Skull said, I feel like he should be the actual mascot for the entirety of Atlas.
I think it still is actually.
Yeah, he still is. He never stopped. It's just people just kept thinking of I don't know why people see Twitter avatars as the official corporate mascots. Trust me. I base it always off what's on the company logo and what's on their websites.
Yeah, and specifically on their business card, because the business card for Atlas has Jack Frost imprinted on it.
Yeah, it's half Sonic, half Jack Frost.
That's true. Okay, well, I feel like they should do something more with Jack Frost. I would like a new plushie. Maybe the next game can give us a plushie.
Yeah, one that's not $200.
Yeah,
Now,
please.
if only there was a recent spin-off game used as a promotional item for another game to celebrate its 25th anniversary, featuring Jack Frost and other demons from Shin Megami Tensei in a 2D Metroidvania fashion. I feel like that could be really successful. What about you, Larrue?
If they ported Synchronicity Prologue to Steam, to Switch, to anything, and charged me $15-20, I would buy it. Like, it's so dumb that it exists and it's underutilized, as in it's not utilized at all. And also, on the topic of Jack Frost plushes, there is that line of He Ho Jack Frost plushes. Or do you not like that design?
Which design?
They like changed it up a little bit to be more like it looks kind of like a Hello Kitty.
Really, I was gonna say the He Ho ones always remind me more of like kind of that Tsum Tsum aesthetic.
Yeah,
Like that's what I always think of when I think of the He Ho line.
I just love the design overall. Like I love it's like simplistic but in a stylistic kind of way. I just really like it overall. I'm a fan. He's my favorite. All right, so we're gonna do another question. I think we have questions still. Hold on one second here.
I found out when you do these shows live, if you keep waiting for more questions, the show can hypothetically never end. So just be aware of that.
I'm not even finishing with the questions that we had. I'm still just going through the questions here. Jesus, I'm trying to, but okay. This one says, do you guys think Shin Megami Tensei is inherently niche, as in cannot reach a bigger audience without giving up its own identity?
I mean, I always considered Persona niche until 5. So, and that didn't compromise its identity necessarily.
I think what
So,
I'll say my personal take on this, and you guys can agree or disagree on this. And I think the whole anime aesthetic to it really turns off a lot of the major audiences out there. And I don't mean it like in a bad way or anything, because I love anime and stuff. But I feel like there's a lot of people like I introduced Persona to my friend. And he was like, I don't like anime games. Like he legitimately just like I don't. And I tried to get him into Persona and Shin Megami Tensei. I'm like, look, these are serious games. They're pretty dark. Like there's a lot of good stuff in them. And he was like, I just don't like the anime. And like it's straight up, he just shut it down with that line. I was like, there's absolutely nothing I can do to get this guy into SMT or Persona.
Yeah.
a personal problem.
Yeah, I think I agree with you kind of with that, because it comes down to like the fact that it's Japanese and drawn in a Japanese style. My big thing though is I think that what happened is they missed their boat. So like in the 90s when anime was, or when JRPGs were really booming and it was a really good time to make your name for yourself in the West, like Alice didn't do that. And they did it. And then in the early 2000s when JRPGs were still popular, Alice did it in a very bizarre way that confused basically everyone with Revelations and all the other bizarre things they did.
Oh yeah.
And then the art style changes also kind of make it hard to get into, because you might go, I love Digital Devil Saga, and then you play Persona 5 and you're like, the art's different. It's not even the same. Like you know how like when you look at Final Fantasy, you always have the same guy doing all of them, doing the concept art for everything, and it's because of that. Like I think it's, or not always, but most of the time.
I was gonna say, boy, I really wish Shimano still did the concept art, but I know what you mean. He did it for like 7 games. That's more than enough.
But like even when he like redraws the other like characters in his style, it becomes oh yeah, that's Final Fantasy. But with like Megaton in general, you can't really do that. You can go, oh, that's modern Persona, or oh, that's PS2 era like Shin Megami Tensei. It's so divided, and as a result, I think it's too spread out to ever be like big mainstream. And also because of the variety of things, it's really difficult to understand where to go and what to play first and whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good point too. Especially because Shin Megami Tensei also has that gate of how many games on the SMT franchise are out now.
Well, are we talking like in general
In
or
general,
like just
like
in
if
English?
you no, just in general, like if you as a newcomer just were to look up Megami Tensei or Shin Megami Tensei, how many titles do we have on that under that umbrella?
Over 30 at least, and that's
It
probably without even getting into ports or spin-offs and
or
stuff.
Persona at all, right?
I don't remember the exact number, but if I remember correctly, it's at least 40 something. Then if you count in the like exclusive mobile games, then it like jumps up by like a lot because there's over 30 of those as well. It's crazy because it's if it was linear like Final Fantasy where the main franchise is numbered and it's easy to understand, then sure. But this is like a franchise where if you just imagine Chocobo Dungeon became even more popular than Final Fantasy, and then you would be like, then it would be confusing. But we don't have that here. I don't know why I compared.
What a cursed timeline that would be if, like, but the persona of Final Fantasy is Chocobo Mystery.
I just thought of the cutest thing I could think of, and it was Chocobo Dungeon.
Chocobo Dungeon.
I guess better to be Mystery Dungeon than Chocobo Racer.
Oh yeah, don't even start on Chocobo Racer.
All right, David, do you have any opinion on that? SMT as an inherently niche franchise.
Well, I think it's pretty niche, but as you guys said, like I personally thought that I think Persona has like that mainstream. I don't like to use that word, but that mainstream appeal that SMT doesn't have with the character designs and with the social links, all of that. Because most of the time, when you hear a new player that says, "Oh, I recently found out about Persona," and you ask them what dragged you on, what did you learn about Persona that gave you the how can I say it, that what made you want to try this franchise? Most of the time the answer is the social links and the waifus and the character designs, all of that, more than the demons, the demon compendium, and all of those are more hardcore elements that are in SMT. So yes, I would think that SMT is pretty niche personally, and not that much with Persona, even though it just got popular, or at least it just reached another level with 5 that I have to agree with. But yeah, that's my thought. I think SMT is pretty niche personally.
All right, Skull or Spencer, do you guys have anything to add to that question?
Skull, you go first.
All right. I think that SMT has the ability to no longer be niche because I think that honestly, with Persona 5, the only thing that really made it stand out above Persona 4, at least at first glance, was honestly just like a greater sense of style to it. So I think like if SMT 5 has that, it definitely has the ability not to be like no longer to be niche. I think that you don't have to necessarily betray the core values of the franchise to no longer be a niche series. I think that personally, I see that as a little disingenuous.
So you think? Sorry,
And that's my take.
So for me, as someone who I feel almost all of my series that I've always really ended up loving, like I enjoy a lot of popular series, but I feel like I have so many franchises that I like that are just super niche and kind of really weird and out there. I feel like SMT is still in that thing of like, it's no more niche than even something like, I'd say, like a Fire Emblem, even though that's probably more popular in the grand scheme of things. But it's just one of those titles of like, I don't think it's ever gotten to the point of where it's gotten too big for its own good. Like you can maybe kind of have that argument for specific edge cases, like with what the fandom had happened when Joker joined after Smash Brothers and things like that. But that's specifically with like Persona 5. And when you're looking at the series as a whole, I think it's definitely kind of found its own little audience. It's going to grow. It's going to have different kind of like ups and downs. Like if you're just strictly an SMT fan and don't care for Persona, like you can probably call the last 5 years of the fandom a pretty big down. Like our biggest releases were a enhanced What If story of 4 and a very underwhelming version of Strange Journey. Like there's not really been that much to look for, and I'm sure it lost a lot of fans. Definitely kind of.
Yeah. One thing I always kind of consider though is with Shin Megami Tensei 5's trailer, if you look at like the statistics for like searches, for views, and all of that, that's the most viewed trailer for Atlas West in terms of Shin Megami Tensei. Obviously, the number one viewed video is the Persona 5 Royal Change the World trailer, which got 3 million views. But to get for Shin Megami Tensei to go from something like 100,000 views for SMT 4 to 330,000 views for the announcement trailer for 5, that says to me that it's not necessarily about whether or not the gameplay is niche or whether or not like any of the other factors. It's more just about like the availability and like the public, the brand awareness of Atlas itself, because before Persona 5 or Persona 4 even, I don't think people really much knew what Atlas was, because most of what they did for the West was port weird games or make very, very weird games,
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know what? That was actually, I also have a question here that kind of ties into it a little bit. So if you guys want to jump into this question, I think it'll be pretty cool.
Also, I just want to point this out, just because when you mentioned Larrue, the view numbers, important to note, their top 3 most viewed videos are this: Persona 5 Royals launch trailer in the West, Persona 4 Golden's opening movie, and Catherine Full Body on Switch's launch trailer. The second one being the opening movie, that's just legitimate views that have just popped up from people wanting to see the full opening movie. The Royal and Full Body on Switch numbers, those are heavily inflated. Those were basically bought views in terms of they paid for ad space for about a month, or I know a month for Royal, but about a week or so for Catherine Full Body on Switch, of just like, hey, if you're even remotely interested in this, it's going to be the first thing that Atlas makes you watch as an ad, and that counted towards the view.
Interesting.
That's
pretty
I didn't know that count towards views.
So just a little bit of context, because if you look at everything else, it doesn't really make sense, because there are other views, like their most big views after that are Persona 3 Portable's opening movie, Persona PSP opening movie, like a King of Fighters combo showcase, like stuff like that. Like there's ebbs and flows to their views that don't really make sense when you kind of compare the 3 million views of that.
But even if you look at the Japanese view count, it's still the same, like a similar trend, with the initial trailer from 2 years ago being 1 million views in Japan for the Japanese site. Granted, we got that same trailer on Atlas West's page, but it didn't get as many views, and the new announcement trailer for that wasn't pushed as an ad, to my knowledge, because I use Japanese Tube all the time. I think it's just interesting that like basically the view counts have like skyrocketed for that, even more so than Nocturne, which is the most the thing that the Japanese community seems to be most excited for. So I think that there's a lot of like reach for, or not a lot of potential reach for new fans with this, just because of the visibility of it.
All right.
I mean, it kind of goes without saying that, yeah, there's going to be stronger visibility, not only because of the Switch user base, but because of just even like people that became aware of Atlas through either like Smash Brothers or Persona 5. They're looking to branch out, and they want to get into Shin Megami Tensei, and they want to explore what came before Persona 5. And I mean, that's no more evident than the sales numbers for Golden on Steam.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm going to jump from what Skull just said to this question that somebody commented here. Do you think SMT and Persona fan bases could become more divided in the future? I actually don't think so. I think they're going to eventually merge together.
It's already terrible, so.
Yeah, so I just said I fucking hope not. You got enough division through just
from Persona alone.
I think it's also important to, like, I always try and stress this within like my like community of stuff of like, it is as divided as you want it to be. Like, if you're just going off of looking at stuff online, yeah, you might think that, oh, look at all these people online, like basically kind of arguing or fighting online. Whereas, like, the majority of stuff I have always seen in my like time in the whole community has, for the most part, outside of joking about it or the edge cases of people talking about it, it's been like, okay, well, most people in the fandom at least have a respect for both series and are like me and just kind of view them as one of the same. So, like, it's definitely, you have to remember, it is called the vocal minority for a reason.
Makes sense, yeah. I totally agree with that. Because, like, I've been in a lot of communities for Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, and I seen SMT Network, for example. Your community is really good. Like, sure,
Which is saying a lot considering we have like almost like 7.5 thousand people now.
yeah, and even thinking of like I've been there for a while now. Although I wasn't active on the community or anything, I'll always like check the post and everything. It wasn't until I made my channel that I actually was more active in it or whatever. But and then and it's not really like, although it's on your control because it is a control community, which is different from the fan site, which is, you know, you have your people, but there's also like everybody else out there. I think that's also a big thing. Like, there's only so much you can do as the person that is directing the community, versus what is everybody else out there. Like, I know,
like Skull. Imagine if for one day a switch changed and your Twitter feed was like a Facebook group where anyone can post on it publicly. What do you think it would look like after one day?
Probably just more of my at mentions, which would be either memes or art or people wanting me to retweet their stuff. That's a majority of my mentions. I just hope that it wouldn't be like a trash fire, like Persona Hell, to give an example.
Oh yeah, Persona Hell, Megaten Hell. Those are the darkest places on the internet.
oh man, don't even.
I feel like
bring this up.
I feel like there is a little bit of a divide though, because like I've been in the fandom for
The better part of a decade almost.
I was going to say 12 years.
What's
Mhm.
No, 15
15
years, because I started stalking in 2005. Like I was just like watching the little servers, not servers, the little communities or like the fan websites and eventually Atlas's forums that they used to have, and I would just lurk because I
Forums.
I was a teenager and I was afraid of getting my like identity stolen or getting murdered. So I just like didn't want to ever like talk because I was afraid that people would find me somehow.
You know,
But anyway,
yeah.
there's always been the majority of people who are just curious about things. They're like, oh, I played Persona 1. Is Nocturne going to be related to Persona 1? And then, you know, people would answer politely, no, it's different. But and that's usually like the majority of people, I think. But the vocal minority is like a huge group of people now, just because by virtue of the franchise getting popular. So now these vocal minority, which would normally be like maybe like 40 people out of 1,000, is now like 200 people out of 1,000, and it's obnoxious in that sense, because the bigger the franchise gets, the bigger that minority will get. And that's usually what people remember. We tend to gravitate towards negative things more. So if we get a lot of negative feedback, we're gonna remember that way more than the 10,000 people that have said, "Oh, I love that you're so good," you know. And I think Skull and Phansite in general, like that's a really good example of when you see how it's easy to focus so much on the negative people because they're so toxic.
Yeah.
That you kind of don't even. It's hard to even see the like other people that are like, "Oh, you're doing great," you know.
Yeah, and I think it's very different here because we all have a very different. We build a different. We're all in the Persona sphere, but we all do different things. Like I have my Persona channel, but I only have the YouTube channel. You know, like I'm not as active on Twitter or Facebook or any of those groups and everything. And then Spencer has his group, and then Skull has obviously the fan site, and I don't know, like I think we all deal with different parts of the community. Like it's still the same community, it's just a different side of it. Like for example, I had a really mean comment the other day on I made a tweet about one of the videos that I did and everything, and this dude was like going all in on this, like it was dissing me hard time, and I was just like, all right, well, you know, you may feel that way, but there's a lot of new people on the community. Like the community is just, you know, like there's always new people coming into Persona or Shin Megami Tensei or whatever. So like you know, it's a big community. So I think I did a video on, it was like tips for Persona 5 Royal whenever it first came out or whatever, and that video did really good. So I was just like, hey, thank you so much for watching the video. It was just a thank you comment. And this guy was just like going all out. But then I talked to him about it, and then like we started talking, and he became, I think I told Skull about it, and then he like became the admin on my Discord page. He may even be in the comments here, I don't even know. But it was just like it went from one side to just like knowing the person versus just assuming that this person is just some random dude that likes Persona or whatever. And I was just like, man, like I cannot imagine having that like times 1,000, where just people just like assuming one thing about you without even knowing you or anything about you really.
Yeah, you end up getting that a lot.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm sitting now. Kind of like I don't really, because YouTube, after you hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, YouTube doesn't send you messages and comments anymore like it used to. Like I don't get all the comments anymore. I get like some comments, but I don't get every single comment that happens on my YouTube channel anymore. So I'm not as active as and connected as a community as I was before in that aspect. I just don't get the comments anymore like that. So
you end up having to check that shit manually sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm kind of like I don't even know if I want to read through the comments and stuff, because I get some comment, and then some people just want an answer to a question, like, and I'm like, I don't have time to. People will write like really long paragraphs, and I'm like, oh my god, I cannot dissect your entire paragraph and then give you a proper answer. But yeah, the community is good. I'm really happy of the community on my side, and again, I've seen you guys communities on all your fronts, and I feel like we for the most part get a pretty good side of the community. Of course, I've seen again the ugly side of it too, when it just turns so ugly for some reason. But did you guys have anything to add on that aspect, David? I know you're much newer than us on that aspect, so how do you feel about it so far?
Well, most of the time everything's going pretty well. As you said, once in a while you'll get one dude that just because he doesn't agree with one of the things that you said. Like, he recently did a video, and it's like my only video on Persona 6 on the channel. Like, there's nothing to say, so of course I don't have 10 videos about it, but it was just a random video where I was talking about what I would like to see, what we may see, stuff like that. And there was just one guy who commented on the video and was like, he said I was retarded because I wanted a different setting than the school setting, that I was a bad person because I wanted something else. And I answered.
It's not even that unreasonable.
Yeah, it's really not at all.
Well, I told him, I was like, yeah, well, it's just my opinion. You have the right to disagree. Like, super polite. And then I was giving him the example of SMT, that every single game has like a very different setting most of the time, and this is something that I liked from SMT that Persona doesn't have. That very polite response, and then just another comment. Bullshit again. So this type of people are the minority. Most of the time you get good comments. Like,
Yeah.
people are super, like, they're always encouraging. Like, I'm still new on YouTube, so sometimes people will tell me, like, give me suggestions or tell me like, hey, you're doing great, I like your content, always looking forward to other videos, stuff like that. So honestly, it's been a great experience. Like, it's 1 or 2% of the time that you get one stupid dude that just doesn't think before he acts.
Hey, it happens. I think communities want to get something like that at some point. Especially, certain people are just more vocal about the things. Like, I had a person that went on like a few videos, and they were just commenting random stuff, and I was like, I am sorry you're upset, but you don't need to be like. And I leave the comments there. My thing is, I make discussion videos, so I expect people to disagree with my opinion. It's a discussion video. The point is to start an argument about it. Whether you agree or disagree, that's up to you. Like, I'm not gonna fight you about it. But if you think the sky is pink and it's blue, then go all at it. We're gonna disagree or agree to it. I don't care. That's part of the discussion video. That's why I put discussion on the video.
But even if you always say like, oh, it's just my opinion, you have the right to disagree, and you say that like 10 times in the video, there's still some people that will tell you you're stupid because they don't agree with your opinion. So I'm simply ignoring those people from now on.
See, for me, like, as long as I've been, it's been like only fairly recently where I've been getting a lot more comments and like feedback regarding my videos. But most of my videos are very, very specifically just deep dive information based on whatever the video is about. So it's just, if I'm talking about the trading card game, I'm going to go all in and do as much research and just give that information. Mm-hmm. But anytime I give my opinion, I usually don't mind if people disagree. The thing that makes me upset is if I put out just factual information about something and then someone disagrees with the facts. Like, kind of like what Skull had mentioned earlier with, showing that Vincent is clearly not in Persona 3 Portable. That's just some guy that looks a lot like Vincent. For some reason, Atlas says it's not Vincent, so you have to just go with the creators. So if I point out a fact like that and people disagree, that's the part where it actually triggers me to be like, okay, I have to respond because this is wrong. Like,
Of
it's
course. This is facts, and you're being informative in your video. So why would you don't? There's no need to argue on that front.
Yeah, like I could take all the name calling in the world, but when you disagree with a fact, I get like actually like I have to respond. It's like a manic thing almost.
Yeah, it's like it's so like, man, like, look, I'm giving you information. Yeah, some people will do that sometimes. Like, I'll report on some news. Like, I think there was something about something that a director said, and I was just talking about quote what the director said, not what I'm saying. That the director said he was going to do this, and people are like, "Oh, this is. I don't think this is true." I'm like, I'm literally giving you a quote from the director. Like, I'm not even adding my opinion or spin to it. I'm reporting on a news here right now. It's like, you can disagree to that, but that's not what. Oh, somebody wants to know how tall you are, Larrue.
I'm 5'9".
He knows.
About average.
We're
Yeah.
scoping you out.
I was like,
But the other thing that I do with opinions though is like I only really put my opinions in when it's a podcast. So like on my podcast, that's when I say all my hot takes because I know that it has a smaller viewership, so I can say whatever I want. And I think the only time anyone ever gets mad is when I say something negative about the Switch, which since I'm a troll at heart, I love saying really dumb things, knowing that someone might get upset. And it's not like I'm going out and like doing anything really malicious, but I just like to bash on the Switch because I actually think it's a bad console. But if I dunk on it, I get a lot of people angry for some reason, and that's the only time that people ever really say anything truly like negative about me is when I bash the Switch. I'm trying not to do it as much anymore because I don't want to be known as that one guy who hates the Switch.
That's what I think. Some people, I feel like some people just think that I hate the Switch because of some of the things that I say. I'm like, no, I like the Switch. There's some things that I hear from some people. I'm like, I have to disagree on that, or I just don't like.
Yeah. It's like the 3DS where I like the library, but I don't like the console, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Well, you see, in your Larrue, in your last podcast, I listened to it when you dropped it, and like, I saw that there's like 30 dislikes, and I was like, what? Why? But then I continued listening, and then there's like a 5-minute part where you're all roasting the Switch. I'm like, okay, that's why. This is where it's coming from.
I can't help it. It hurts. I think I'm not going to do it as much because Spider told me that was our worst podcast, and she's like the smartest person on the podcast. So if she tells me it's wrong, then I'll just stop,
Yeah, well, I got my answer when I was like, where is it coming from? Why is there 30 dislikes? Then I understood when you started to roast the console.
There was a moment that happened to me too in the stream. So I was streaming New Game Plus, and that no game was being announced right now, and I was kind of getting fed up. So I made a comment about this one anime game that showed up that I didn't think it would look good, but people were like, "What? This is a big series, and how did you like? You don't even know the series." I started seeing the dislikes just showing up, and I was like,
"Trails in the Sky," one of those really big ones.
Was that it? I don't know.
I think it was. They had like a couple of.
I just said that it looked really average, like a really average anime game, and people just started like getting mad about it. I was like, "Look, this is literally how I feel about it. I'm sorry."
And I've had people at like events that have just like 20-minute discussion on why I should play Trails in the Sky. So it has a rabid fan base.
It may be that game actually. Let me see if I can pull up the video here. But yeah, I got like 8 dislikes in like a minute. I was like, "Whoa, okay, I'm sorry."
I should tell a story on why some people hate me. Was that I think mine was just because they take my really bad jokes seriously. Because one joke that I made, because it was like a Teddy day that I was doing, and I made a joke saying that he was non-binary because he dresses both as a man and a woman. And I got so many people quote tweeting me saying that I was full of shit and I didn't know what I was talking about. And I'm like, I'm just making a bad pun. The fuck? I'm not even dropping facts here.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good pun, though. To be honest, that's why I like Teddy because his puns are funny.
If it makes me laugh out loud, I'd probably tweet it.
Yeah, the
babies in Yakuza 2 when I just said those were gatekeepers.
It annoyed me
It still
too.
makes me laugh.
They're both equally funny. That's a recurring thing here in the channel. When they get bored, they start making puns, bear puns.
Oh, it works out.
Yeah, because the girl that streams with me, she goes by Panda, who's a bear. So when she's around, they're always making panda and bear jokes. That's
Oh, she must love that.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so I think we had one final question here, and I think we're good to wrap it up here. Man, we went to 4 hours.
I mean, it was expected. I went in this knowing I wouldn't be doing anything until 4 o'clock, and I was right.
Yeah, I knew what to. I was shooting for 3 hours, and I absolutely. But
I just want to say, no matter how long the show went, I think both us recording this podcast and everyone listening can agree that this was a better way to spend your weekend than playing that god-awful Avengers beta.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to crack my knuckles and rant about this for a little bit.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is this Square Enix Avengers feels by the number, designed by committee fucking video game that I've ever seen in my goddamn life. And it is trying so hard to be the movie Avengers, yet not be the movie Avengers. And I can't stand it. And I hate it too, just because they botched the Kamala story. And she's kind of stupid, annoying in the fucking beta. And every part about it just makes me not want to play it more.
Yeah.
And I don't care how many times they show me Hawkeye, he still looks like shit. And he has always looked like shit since Ultimate Marvel when he still kept the mask on.
I just like the fact that more people complain about this game than who will ever actually buy it next month. That's what I find the most funny.
Really
like when everyone was like pissing their pants about Spider-Man being exclusive, I'm like, were you guys going to play this with or without Spider-Man next month? I'm like, they could have my wife in that game and I wouldn't play it.
All I'm thinking is that it's just now we're back to PS3 era Sony where the games aren't the greatest of high fidelity, so they make up for it with exclusive content like fucking Arkham when they put Joker in the PS3 game.
Man, I don't know.
And I didn't like that then, and I don't like it now.
Yeah, I don't. It's a really bad move from Sony, especially because they're already so far ahead on the race of console war at this point. There's what's even the point? What do you get from spending extra money on
Flexing.
this?
That's all you're doing. Sony's just flexing their nuts.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what's going on. But I wanna talk about the Avengers game. I'm so glad that you brought it up because I was thinking about it, but I haven't talked about it in my channel. But I really want to talk about it. Okay, so. Whenever I first started my channel, in fact, my third video in the channel is a video regarding how good the possibilities of this game will be, and every single thing that they announced since then has been completely shattering my expectations. If I had any expectations for this game, they just completely took a dump on it.
I still hate the voice actor choices.
I'm a little surprised you like Destiny, though, don't you?
I like Destiny, and this game. Let me tell you, this game has nothing on Destiny other than it looks like shit.
Well, I'll only say this because you did mention a good point with the voice actors. I'm in that weird camp of I will criticize a lot of overused voice actors, specifically people like Troy Baker. But if you look at the voice cast here, my complaint isn't that, oh, hey, they just took a bunch of characters like Nolan North, Laura Bailey, Troy Baker, and put them as main characters in this game, and that's the problem. No, them being in the game is not the problem. Troy Baker, Nolan North, and Laura Bailey can all do amazing jobs. It's the voice direction. If you listen to them, they are not being, they're not being Tony Stark. Tony Stark is just Uncharted Nolan North, and it's that works if it's just Nathan Drake, but it's just so generic that it's who is this for? If you're the voice actor, how does this not because just by comparison, look at Laura Bailey and all the effort and work she put into, I was going to say Last of Us, but even to a lesser extent, look at all the work Laura Bailey did for Risei, and then compare it to Black Widow, and it's oh, who is this? It's white bread of white bread.
That's why I said designed by committee.
I'll say this though, big ups to who they chose to voice. They actually got a Latino guy to voice Captain America. Unfortunately, Captain America opened that game by dying, so I guess we're not going to hear a lot of his character.
Yeah, it stinks. And again, when I say designed by committee, because it does just feel like they got the big names because they're the big names and didn't have any like vocal direction to back up with it or anything that would make the big names like worth it.
Just think though, this is also the same company who put like one of the most amazing efforts into a video game of 2020 with Final Fantasy VII. Like they literally did. They're going to be releasing one of the most hyped and one of the least hyped games in the exact same year.
I am so confused. This game is coming out in less than a month ago?
Yep.
Are you serious? Wow. Okay, well, I am even less hyped than I was even before. Wow. I thought they had more time. First of all, having a beta a month before release is the stupidest thing.
It's a demo. It's a fucking demo.
That's what it is. Yeah.
They're not gonna get any feedback out of this that's gonna help them in the long run.
Definitely.
You take those fucking beta notes and you throw them in the trash.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. My God, well, that makes me
makes
me feel even more angry.
AAA games.
That makes me feel super more angry for that. I didn't even know that.
I'm more excited to play Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3 again, which again, hey, shout out to Koei Tecmo for making a good game.
I mean, shout out to them just putting fucking mutants and Elsa Bloodstone in the game. Because that's something that I would not expect out of a Marvel game in 2019.
Yeah, shout outs to Koei Tecmo. They're not as trash tier as everyone likes to make them seem. Also, that Fairy Tail game, I heard it's a pretty sweet RPG. If you like RPGs and aren't even a Fairy Tail fan, check out Fairy Tail. It's like a 20 to 40 hour RPG, which is pretty rare to see these days.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
So is
a friend of mine picked it up literally just because he wanted to try a new RPG. He knows nothing about Fairy Tail, and all my friends who even like Fairy Tail are like, yeah, it's really solid. I think it's because they finally like got a developer do like, because it's made by Gust. It's not like an action game. It is just straight up like it plays like one of those Atelier games.
Interesting. All right, well, that's interesting to hear. I haven't actually heard much about that game, but I am interested in it, so I may pick it up later once I clear up everything that I have here.
It'll probably be like that Ryza game where the Switch version is going to cost like $200 in the next 6 months. So just to pick your battle whenever you choose to how you want to play that game.
Okay, we'll definitely keep that in mind. So do any of you guys have anything else to add or talk about before we finish this podcast here?
No,
we're talked out 4 hours and 13 minutes, and we're good to go, right? All right, guys.
I got something. Sorry for being late.
You know what? It's fine because we were all late. We started this podcast at like 12:03 or 12:04, something like that. So yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like I started the actual podcast, but we weren't talking in the podcast. We were just chilling here. And then I was like, "Oh, we started the podcast. It's 12 o'clock. Wow!" So. Yeah, so thank you so much for coming, guys. It was fun. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I told David about this like a month or two ago, right, David? And I was like, I'll tell you when I do it, but I don't know when I'm gonna be able to. So I'm glad I was able to get the opportunity to do it today. So again, thank you guys for coming in. You guys, I'll leave a link for all of you guys' social media sometime this week. And thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
No problem.
It was great.
All right.
Yes, thank you for having me on.
always, it's nice to have you guys in.